right now. We are good to go.
Cool. All right. Awesome. All right, so welcome everyone to another special edition of Metalheads Unite, where we have another special guest join us this week from all the way from Helsinki, Finland this time. So appreciate these guys taking their time out of their evening there. So it's kind of afternoon.
Yeah.
There, so,
So
we appreciate taking some time to.
Yeah, it's the dinner rush over there, and at least I don't know. If it was 6 o'clock here, it would definitely be the dinner rush. I mean, I don't know if things are the same over there in Finland for you guys, but we do want to take a minute to welcome in Jesse Kamarainen and Timo Kempinen from Anzillu to the show. Gentlemen, thank you for joining us this Saturday evening. It's good to have you guys here. It's nice to meet you both.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, great to be here.
And it's you guys are technically here for the second time today. We had a little bit of confusion earlier this morning. I don't know if it was like a little bit of a disconnect with the 8-hour time difference or what, but we Timu and Jesse, I got to talk to them for a few minutes earlier this morning, so we kind of had to adjust schedules on the fly. But like I say, they were nice enough to come back at the normal start time for us, which is very nice of them, because like we said, it's middle of late afternoon, early evening over there in Finland, and It's a Saturday for everybody, so we know everyone's got stuff to do. So we're thankful for them to take the time out to talk to us.
But it's not like we haven't been in this situation before where we had people, winding down and drinking wine and everything on the show from the other side over there. So
Timu, what is in that cup you got going on?
Yeah, it's just tea for me because I don't know. We had a show last night and I got some sort of a flu from there. So
oh no,
man.
Yeah, I'm trying to. It's we got 2 more shows coming up next week, so I'm trying to get this out from my system as fast as possible. So let's see how it goes.
Yeah, no doubt. So definitely. You definitely have to have your stuff opened up and ready to go. So
that's for sure. Yeah. I think it was already starting last night because I had to take some painkillers before the show, and it was like, well, it wasn't pure agony, but when you do this stuff, you shriek for 45 minutes from the bottom of your gut, and you got your head pounding. It's not fun.
Well, that definitely makes it a little bit more special that you were able to kind of fight this off and come on the show today. So again, we appreciate
definitely appreciate that.
Yeah. Thanks. Yeah.
Okay, so first thing I want to ask guys about the name of the band, because we did doing some research for the show and everything, and obviously doing some research on you guys. Why Anzillu, obviously, for those who don't know, I say obviously like everyone's gonna know it, but
well, I didn't know till I researched it. So.
That was kind of silly on my part. But anyway, for everybody that doesn't know, the name of the band Anzillu comes from the word abomination in ancient Sumerian. What was the reason for choosing that word from that language? Where exactly did the inspiration for that come from?
When I was starting up the band, obviously I had to come up with the name, and since heavy metal has been done for like almost 50 years for now, every English name is already taken. So I had to kind of like think outside the box, and I had a long list of different kind of names, and I wasn't very happy with any of them. So one day I was searching for inspiration. I stumbled upon a Sumerian dictionary and started going up like reading the dictionary, and there it was, first on the list, Anzillu.
Nice. Okay.
This is it.
It was one of those things where it was one of those things where you knew it when you saw it, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think it got stuck with us, the rest of the group, kind of like, because in Finnish it sounds a bit dirty. Yeah, it's
Oh, okay.
yeah,
Okay.
it's a cool word when you do it in English, but it's also a bit dirty in Finnish because yeah. So there's an inside joke that got us
Okay.
all aboard on it. So yeah.
Well, I mean, abomination is definitely not a word you would not hear in metal. So I mean, that's
Yeah.
definitely something we hear a lot in the metal industry. So, that definitely fits. That's for sure. So.
Yeah, absolutely. I can totally understand kind of like the tie-in now, especially with like he said, with the abomination being a theme, and then with it tying in with was it the Ex Nihilo, the name of the album, was that a direct tie-in, or so what was the inspiration for the theme of the album?
It was when we had to come up with the name for the album, so I was again going through some inspiration stuff, and I stumbled upon it's Latin word or phrase that means out of nothing, and I think
Right.
since I had to form the band from out of nothing, then came up with the songs out of nothing.
Nice.
And since it was our debut album from out of nothing, I think it's kind of like it's a really fitting name for a
Perfect,
debut album.
yeah. Very nice.
So were you guys working? So were you guys working on this album during the COVID pandemic, or did that kind of?
Well, the half of the songs were actually supposed to be the third album of my previous band, but the band split up when we were writing the album. So I had like a half of the album done, but I was out of band. Well, the band broke. I could have continued with the band because I have all the rights to do it, but I wanted a clean slate. So I put up a new band together, and I got the lineup fixed just before the pandemic broke. So we kind of decided to work on the songs and arrangement and all kind of stuff during the pandemic, because it made no sense to release anything during the pandemic, especially when you're a new band. Right. So we got a lot of time to work out the songs and like hone everything and make the arrangements the best we could, and I think it turned out pretty nicely.
Well, definitely from my end, it definitely was a breath of fresh air when I heard this. I said, dude, this fucking shit's awesome, dude. I told, actually, it was like there was 3 albums I reviewed in that same week, and they were all like really, really good. And we always talk a lot about the future of metal, and who's going to take over, when our thrash heroes are gone. And like I've heard so many albums, and there's very few people that I would pick out and be like, okay, this band is going to be able to carry the torch if they can, keep doing what they're doing. And I think you guys are definitely in that category that, going forward, you can definitely carry a torch for the thrash side of it anyway. So, yeah, kudos for the, all the success on the album. Because like I said, I think it's going to be a lot bigger for you guys going forward, because, like I said, we all, they're looking for the next, big thing to take over when Metallica and, Megadeth and all these guys are too old to do anything. So
yeah, the next generation.
Right. We just have to hope that all the other guys notice us and hear our music, so we can actually do that stuff and carry the torch. We absolutely would love to. Let's just hope that.
Yeah, those are some big shoes, like really big shoes to fill him. But
they are. Yeah.
Seriously, still, it feels really good, because like going back just a tiny bit into the actual making the music, because half of the album was done, and basically it was really try to get into Jesse's mind, like what he was actually trying to figure out with the songs.
Mm-hmm.
And there was a lot of back and forth when I was doing the lyrics to get the kind of like the message that Jesse was trying to create and what was my interpretation of that. And it wasn't always easy. We had our arguments and we had our moments when we were like, fuck this is not gonna be good. but in the end, it was all worth it. Yeah, it was a lot of work. Like I can't stress that enough. Like it was a really surprising amount that we actually had to push into this. Yeah.
So so with that being said, with the album being half done from a previous band, and yes, you getting a new band put together to kind of fit what you had already had written. In a strange way, could it be said that the timing of the pandemic was maybe a small part? It was like a little bit of a blessing, because like I say, you bring in new members to try to fit them in with the music that was written, and then more, because there's half the album was done, the other half had to be written to fit what was already there. So in a weird way, everything coming together sonically, everything coming together personnel wise, was it maybe a touch of a blessing that the pandemic kind of came along when it did? I mean, if there can be a blessing to something like that.
It's a double-edged sword, but maybe a little there was this much. Like,
yeah, maybe, yeah. So I mean,
yeah.
Now, even though, because I don't know what it was like in Finland during the pandemic, but I know there were a lot of European countries that were like shut down completely. If I remember correctly, I heard that Sweden didn't really do anything special. So I mean, if you guys are all in Finland, and how difficult was it for you guys to stay in contact during, the composition process for the album? What was it like locally for you guys?
The Finland wasn't the worst, but it wasn't like you said, Sweden didn't do kind of like anything. But in Finland, we have like restrictions going on, but it wasn't anything like they had in the UK, when there was like mandatory curfews and you had to stay, like police kept you at home. So it wasn't like that, but it wasn't looked very kindly upon if you like did something.
Yeah, it was kind of hush that we're doing something together, we're gonna meet other people. It's kind of like keep your mouth shut and just do it. Say your story later on.
All the like bars and clubs and venues were closed, so pretty much. But our rehearsal places were not, so we kind of had our weekly rehearsals. Just like before. And it was like actually one of the few things that kept me sane during the pandemic, because it was all the other stuff was like you just staring at the wall like 24/7. So there was at least sometimes when you could go to the rehearsal place and play music, which was really good, and make like demo versions of the song and work the songs and stuff like that. So we could do some pre-production stuff during the pandemic, but it slowed things a bit, but also it gave us like a breather to do stuff.
So most all of you guys were in a band before. So how did it come together? Did you guys actually know each other before you got together, or was it just?
No, I think nobody knew anyone. I just immediately when my previous band split up, I put out some ads and started talking to people that I want to form up a new band, and those guys just answered my call. They saw the ads and we had a kind of like jamming sessions to see what kind of people there was, and like one by one they joined. But it was completely new people for everybody.
Okay, cool. So it's a new relationship for everybody.
Yeah. Like
so then you guys have all you guys have only known each other for going on 4 years then, because the band was because the band came around in 2019. So
yeah, and it was autumn 2019. So it's like
Oh, so not even 4 years yet.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
All right. So Timu, is your former project still up and going?
I'm usually that kind of a person that has always another project going on. So in that
Okay.
sense, I think there's like, well, Anzillu is the main thing. Yeah, that's for sure.
Right.
If you really push your time into something, this is the main thing. But I think there's like 3 different projects on the low burn. Something happens every now and then. And
Oh, okay.
if
All
something happens, something comes out. It's kind of like when I find the time to actually, or the other guys create some music to work on it. So it's kind of like that. Yeah. It's to fill the
Okay.
downtime in that sense.
Okay, I got you. So then, like these other projects, because if you don't mind me, bringing up something else, because your other act. Well, you said you got 3 projects in some form of progress. So Argent Void is still something that's kind of around. What was going on with that when you saw the ad for Anzillu?
For that, it was kind of because I know Argent Void's the main guy, Pete, from way like years back from a previous project, and he was kind of like he lost a singer, and he was kind of like, "Do you want to try it out?" He just sent me some demos, and I tried it out. He was like, "Yeah, shit, we're gonna just push it into an EP and release it. Is it fine by?" I was like, "Okay, sure, fine." And currently, the situation is, I think there's few new songs up and coming, but due to the reason that the main guy is so active with this kind of like older Finnish rock and roll band that actually tours a shitloads every year, so it's a little bit of time on here and there when he actually creates new music. So it's a good fit with this one because it's on the back burner in that sense.
Okay, so were you able to, because I'll be completely honest, I don't know the sound of the other project. Was there anything you were able to bring over to Anzillu when you came? Was that one of the things that you guys had to work out?
It was actually because for that one I kind of like I kind of found the sort of death metal sound that I got in my voice, that is bit of black metal and death metal combined. That was kind of like already in there. It was straight from there. It was easy to bring into this, but basically, I think it took almost a year, if I remember correctly. It took about a year for me to find the kind of like the thrash metal sound, the really tight, mean, screaming sound. It was just 1 year of hard work trying to figure it out back and forth how it should be.
So were you so then it sounds like you were more used to a little bit more of a guttural style than more of a higher range screaming style. So it's kind of like something you had to add to your vocal repertoire then.
Yeah, definitely, because when going into this kind of thrash metal sound, you actually have to bring a lot of your like normal singing voice into it. Even though it's distorted and everything, but it's there still. The like your own sound is there, and I think with death metal and black metal sounds, you can hide behind that really guttural, distorted, really mean sounding thing. But when you come into this a bit more trashy, a bit more natural sounding thing, it took a time because I didn't really feel like that it was the sound that I wanted to do. But in the end, it was kind of like the sound that I'm able to pull off every night. That I can do that for a full day and it's fine. Yeah, because the death metal sound, it's really what's the word? Well, it really tires your sound real quick. You can do it about 45 minutes or 30 minutes a day, and then you're done. There's not much coming.
Yeah, I think one of the things I said about the album when I reviewed it was I call it like a little bit of like a Devil Driver type feel to the vocals. Like some Des Forest type vocals on there. So
yeah, I've been listening to like this for a long time from Cold Chamber days and
Yeah.
whatnot.
Oh
And
yeah.
yeah, and when Devil Driver came out, it was so good. Yeah.
Yeah. I go, as far as Des Fafar goes, I go way back to the Cold Chamber days too. So yeah.
Excellent. Yeah, good stuff.
So what, talking about, you know, it being a little bit of a strain on the voice, once you learned how to, for lack of a better, once you learned to sing a little cleaner, so have you found it easier to do that now that you've basically more or less learned how to do that? You find that easier then?
Yeah. It's definitely way easier, and it's something that you kind of like, you learn to, how to put it, you kind of like learn to ride the distorted sound. You don't have to push it or force it at all. It was way different when we were recording the album, and because I was maybe a bit too excited, but it was like really difficult 3 weeks for me. It's not the producer Lauren wasn't complaining. He was enjoying it because I was really giving it all. It was usually like 3 to 4 hours a day, and then we had to stop because I had so huge headaches that I just couldn't make a sound. So go home, come back tomorrow, let's try again. Yeah.
So
go ahead, Chris.
Go ahead, Jason. No, go
No,
ahead.
I was just gonna, if you still got stuff for him, go ahead. I was gonna jump in with Yessi for a second, but
No, well, I was just gonna ask Yessi. So when you got together with Teemu here, and because obviously you had a certain sound because you had half an album written for your previous band. So when Teemu came in and had a different vocal style, I mean, what did you think about that, especially with everything that you had written already? Because I don't know what your previous, your previous vocalist sounded, but when Teemu comes in and he's got a more guttural style that didn't necessarily fit the band, I mean, was there any thought about maybe keeping Teemu's vocal style, or was it just like, all right, this is how it's going to have to sound, and if you can work into learning my sound? So obviously whatever happened worked out because you guys are still in the band together. So it wasn't too much of an issue. But did you have to basically adjust to Teemu at first, or vice versa?
I think it was vice versa because actually my previous band's vocalist was pretty much in the same ballpark than them, which not the same, but similar. Both are high-pitched, raspy screamers. So
Okay.
it was, and when I was auditioning singers, there was a couple of like growling guys, but Teemu's voice was by far the most pleasant to my, like what I was looking for, and he almost gave up. He sent me a couple of demos. I heard that the thing is there, but it's not there quite yet. So push it a bit harder. And he almost quit. Like I can't do this. This is not for me. I said, don't quit too easy. Give it one more shot and let's see how it goes. And then he kind of like grasped it. But I was after. Yeah. But overall, it was pretty much like something I was looking for to begin with, because it was similar to what my previous band had.
Okay, so your previous band was still kind of a thrash band too. So
yeah.
Okay, so your last band, was it, because you said you started Anzillu after the previous band broke up? Was the last band your band too? Did you start that band? Okay.
Yeah, I did, but in that band I didn't do all the writing but for this one I did pretty much all the songwriting myself.
Okay. All right. So then basically you wanted to you basically wanted to carry over the sound from the previous band, but you wanted to have more ownership of it.
I could have stayed with another band, the previous band, and do this exact same album with them, but they had different ideas and wanted to move to completely different direction. So they all quit the band and made a new band for themselves. So and because I started the previous band too, I could have made this album like keep the name, but I wanted a clean slate because it was. I just thought that it was more stylish to like give it a clean slate. And now looking at it in a retrospective, it was a right decision to come up with a totally new band, even though I could have kept the old name, but I think it was the right choice to not to.
So I was looking at you. I was looking at your collection of guitars behind you there. It's pretty impressive there. I like the yellow splattered one there, or well, I can't really
It's
tell.
actually green one, and it's
is it green? Okay, I can't.
Yeah, and it's my newest one, a custom shop made.
Yeah, we've been hearing about it like way too freaking much.
I like guitars.
Yeah. It's a beautiful instrument, definitely. It's a great guitar. It's amazing.
I was like that one just kind of like kept sticking out to me every time I look over and like try to focus on it. It just kind of sticks out, you know.
I can show it a bit closer.
Oh, there we go. And Timo's like, God, don't encourage him. Jesus.
Yeah, no, it's kind of like you already went there, so go ahead, have the full experience. Yeah.
That's a nice guitar, man. I like that.
That is very nice.
Yeah, the paint job is cool. Awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, it's very well done.
Yeah, that's nice.
The body and the head, they both match.
Yeah.
Oh, he got the back of it too. Very nice.
Yeah.
Cool. That's freaking awesome, dude.
Yeah. And it plays exactly like it looks.
I bet it does. I bet it does.
It's pretty ferocious, I guess.
I was about to say we know exactly how it plays. We've heard it.
Yeah.
Well,
but actually, that guitar is new. It doesn't appear on the album, but
yeah.
Oh, okay, all right. So
but
it's
a replica. It's a replica of one guitar that I used on the album, but I just wanted to make some modifications and more cooler paint job. So it's
because I was about to say you've got another one back there on the wall. It's got an animal print style too, even though the body's shaped different. So yeah, got a little bit of an animal print motif, and then you got the sunburst motif with the other ones.
Yeah, and then I have couple others that's not on the rack right now. They're in the another room, and a couple of them are in the rehearsal place.
You know, this I have to kind of laugh to myself about this, because when Jason brought up the guitars and we started talking about it, I don't know if you guys we have a show over here that used to be on one of the animated networks over here. It's called Metalocalypse. I don't know if you've heard of that show or not. Have you? Okay, you've heard of that show.
Yeah, I've seen it all. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like to make any assumptions, but us talking about your guitars right now, there's one episode where Squizgar is showing off all his guitars and everything. You know, even though Squizgar's from Sweden, you know, he's from Scandinavia, and he's showing Toki all of his guitars and shit. Like, of course, Toki's from Finland, but you know, he's showing off all his guitars. So that's what that reminded me. I was like, talking about, you know, I have a guitar here made from the wood from Christ's cross, and it's like, what could be more metal than that? It's like, so that's what that reminded me of just now. So, you know, you guys being from Scandinavia and Squizgar and Toki being from you know, both being from Scandinavia, that's just exactly what that reminded me of just then. So I'm just laughing to myself about it. It's such a good show, and you know, with you guys being Scandinavian too, it's the tie-in was damn near perfect. So I gotta love it.
That is true, and it's kind of like within this band, because I think pretty much all of us are pretty much like music geeks in somewhat, and pretty much all of us play guitar or bass or whatever. So in that sense,
there you go.
Yeah.
So everyone could fill in for everybody else.
Well, not almost. I think some issues are like really, really difficult to do. He can pull some amazing shit with his solos. God damn.
Yeah. Can anyone sing like you, Timu?
Sami, maybe, if he like, I don't know, crushed his balls around a bit and then
it's like here, wear this lobster on your nutsack and sing.
Yeah.
Oh man, that's fun.
So it's Sammy. He's a drummer, right? Or
no,
Sammy, he's the solo
second guitarist.
Yeah. Oh, second guitarist. Okay.
Well,
I was
the other guitarist.
I gotcha. Okay, because I noticed like when I was looking at you guys' thing on Encyclopedia Metallum, it didn't even list a drummer, and I was kind of going to bring that up at some point. So,
yeah, we when we were forming the band, we had a drummer, but he had some personal problems and with his motivation and rehearsing and stuff like that. So we had to kick him out. And the drummer of my previous band helped us out on the album and has been helping us with some touring stuff as a session member. But since he lives pretty much far away, he can't join permanently. So we are low-key looking for a permanent drummer. But I think we may have found him because the new guy has been playing some shows with us, and it's been really promising.
Cool. Oh, yeah.
Just haven't gotten around to announce it and make it official yet. But it was like we had to kick the old guy, the first guy, out like 6 weeks before the studio, and I had to call up my old bandmates like, hey, we're having a bit of trouble, so can you help us out? But luckily he's like a really professional guy and like one of the sickest drummers in Finland. Not because he plays with us, but like in general, he's like top-notch guy. So he was able to pull it off, and make the record sound like it should. Hard-hitting motherfucker.
Yeah.
Oh,
It was really scary around that time. Like we knew that we had like 6 weeks until studio, and we don't have a drummer. Like what the hell?
Yeah, it was probably scarier for you because I knew the guy and he would deliver. I had like complete trust, but you guys didn't know him, so it was like a bit more like scarier for you. But I think that kind of dissolved immediately when we had first rehearsals with Tino.
Yeah, definitely. He's like the most heartfelt, warming, nice guy that you could have behind the drum kit. He's just that's awesome. Nice. Yeah.
Well, and I guess it's good, with him being, you have the you especially, you have the chemistry, even though he was from your former band and you guys kind of split up, but it sounds like it wasn't anything, and we kind of talk about this on the show, when we do particular stories, when a band breaks up, when it's something that's amicable and it's something that there wasn't any hard feelings or stuff like that. It's just things happen, especially when you got groups of like 4, 5, 6 people. Some stuff happens and it just doesn't work out. So it, on one hand, it's not great when a band breaks up, but I mean when it's under good terms, stuff can still happen with those members. So it's nice that you were able to call on a friend to help out when you had the guy at the time, and just like you say, he couldn't find his motivation. Well, it's like you guys are sitting here, it's like, we have this thing we got to do, and if you can't do it, then you got to go. So it's nice to have something like that to fall back on. So, and then for it not to be something completely unknown, granted, Teemu, you didn't know the guy, but at least Jesse did at the time. So there was a little bit of familiarity there that kind of probably helped smooth the transition, I'm guessing.
Yeah. And actually, when my previous band broke up, there was a lot of hard feelings there. I think,
okay.
Especially for the ex-bass player. If I would see him drowning, I would show him an anchor or like 20 kilos. Like, get that. See you later. But with Tino, we were
that happens sometimes too.
But with Tino, the drummer, we were able to patch things up, and it was like at that point there has been like maybe half a year or 2 years after the band broke, so there had been like water under the bridge kind of stuff.
Okay.
So
all right.
That's why I was able to call him, and I knew that when I was playing with him in the previous band, we had a like great chemistry, and he's a great drummer to work with. So it was like easy decision to call him, and I think he was low key anticipating for the call, because I had my previous band was from a different city where I used to live in. So sometimes when I visit my old home city, I call the guy and we go have a beer or something like that. And I had this new band, and I had been complaining to him that the new drummer in my band kind of like sucks big time, and I don't know if we can keep him up if he doesn't rehearse or get his act together. So I think he was anticipating for my call, because he had heard I have played the demos for him where the first drummer played, and he was like, I don't know about that. So I think he was kind of like too, like, he knew it was a matter of time, because he knew me and how I like to run things in my band and what I expect from the another people playing with me. So it was like that. He was ready for the call, and he was like, "Okay, let's do this. I can do it." I just sent him the demos, and we had a couple of rehearsals, and it went great. We have booked like 3 days to record drums in the studio, but we only needed 2. The rest of the time we just went to the sauna and drank beer.
It almost kind of funny. It'd been funny if he would have been like, I already got the drum tracks for you. Here you go.
Yeah.
We've got
but
Jesse,
in a way, he kind of did, because with half of those songs, he knew them because we had been writing them with another band. So he was familiar with the half of the stuff. So he was like, I just get the. So he knew some of the songs already.
Yeah, so Jesse, we have a question in the chat, and I'm going to ask it, but I mean, you basically just answered it anyway, so the timing kind of works out. We have a question from one of our friends here, Jason Honecker, who was actually a member of one of our local bands here from Tennessee, Halo Scars, who actually we had on the show earlier this year. He asks, and like I say, you basically already answered this, but he says, with the new drummer, knowing him previously, did you pick up chemistry-wise from where you left off? And it sounds like you guys really, no pun intended, you guys really didn't miss a beat. So,
yeah, pretty much.
He asked that question because they were in a similar situation at one point. So
right, yeah, Jason. Jason
we did.
knows from experience.
Yeah, it was like the old days before, but just like replacing the rest of the band with the new Anzillu guys. But it was like,
It was kind of like when observing all of that happen in those few weeks, it was kind of funny because suddenly there was this like ease. Everything just fell into place, and you kind of like felt that, okay, now we have a familiar driver behind the seat, doing what it's supposed to do. And
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, that like I was like, when the first guy was out and my old guy was in, I was like, okay, now we can do like it should, like I always wanted to, and where I'm used to do stuff. And Tino, the session drummer, was like, okay, let's get this thing rolling. And there was like, yeah, because we had so many shows and rehearsals under our belt together, so it was like we knew how we should work and how we work as a group, and so yeah, it was pretty easy. And also, like Teemu said, relieving. I was like, okay, now I can like kind of like have this weight out of my shoulders to know that this is gonna work out. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be busy schedule, but it's gonna be fine. And it was.
yeah, and like related to that busy schedule, I still think that it was a really interesting 6 weeks, because I was basically just waiting, seeing the guys every few weeks for rehearsal when we got Tino in Helsinki. And when like I first time heard the rearrangements you guys did with the drums and some parts within the songs, like even on that late point, there actually came some really good stuff. Like, what was it? The bridge part in Discordia.
Yeah,
that was like one of the coolest things that you were able to pull off, and I was like, okay, now this actually sounds like a freaking song. It was like really done in good taste.
Yeah, we had a kind of like rock and roll moment when we went with me and Sami, the other guitar player. We had first rehearsals in my old city where Tino lives, and we just the three of us, we are going through the songs before making a full like band rehearsals in Helsinki. We had a like pre-production weekend where we packed our gear and went to another city and set things up in Tino's rehearsal place and started to work in the songs. We kind of like, he had rehearsed all the material that I have sent him, but we dissected everything and put it back together and made some like in the heat of the moment kind of decisions. We knew we didn't have much time, so we kind of like let's play this song and then break it apart and see what works and what doesn't, and make a kind of like arrangement and then move to the next. Like it was kind of like some kind of instinct driving us, like coming from our subconsciousness, that we have to like, because we had tight schedule, we didn't have like much to like play around or think about them. We just have to go with the gut feeling. And I think that was kind of like rock and roll moment in the production of the album, where the things that should be came to be. And
Did you guys
there was something
when
magical about it. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, there's nothing wrong. Shit, there's definitely nothing wrong with that. So, did you guys? So, did all of you guys as a band feel like held back by the old drummer?
Yeah.
So you said that you both said you had like a sense of relief when the drummer from the previous project came in. So you guys felt held back with the drummer that you guys let go, and then when the other one came in, he was able to play everything the way you wanted to be played, and you just it felt like kind of like your hands had gotten untied since everything was sounding the way you wanted to.
Yeah, definitely, because there was the old guy. He was a nice guy. I'm not saying that he was a nice person. He was like really enjoyed spending time with the guy, but due to the fact, because he had, when playing drums, he had a bit of his own thing that he considered to be enough, but due to the fact that the par was here, not here, and he wasn't willing to do the step from here to here, it was kind of like, yeah, we just had to let him go. Unfortunate, but in this current light, it was the right thing to do.
Yeah, it was mostly because he didn't rehearse enough.
Yeah.
by himself or as a band. We only the others, like the rest of the band, we wanted to play a lot more and do stuff, but because of his schedule and motivation, we couldn't. So when the recordings session was closing in, we kind of like figured with this kind of rehearsal regimen, we cannot do this album. It will fail when we enter the studio because the drums won't keep up.
Right.
There's not enough. It's like if you're going to weightlifting competition and you don't go to the gym, you're gonna like crumble under the bar. So it was like
absolutely.
Yeah, the guy had kind of like the musical ear. It wasn't about that he wasn't musical enough. It's just he didn't rehearse enough. I think that's the saddest part, because the guy could have been very good if he practiced more.
Definitely.
But like with some dude, it's like even it doesn't matter how much you practice, they will never be good. But that guy had like potential that he didn't realize.
Well, the good thing about that is you guys may have opened his eyes to that, and now he may be, he may wind up being like a great drummer in the next couple of years because you.
I sincerely hope so. I sincerely hope that he gets a grip on himself and starts beating on those skins and becomes really good. I hope.
And that's
I really
and
hope
it's
so.
it's always a shame to hear something like that, where whether it's an athlete or a musician or whatever, someone that has the talent but they just don't have the work ethic to kind of
the dedication.
They don't have the dedication. It kind of sucks. Like you say, he's a great guy, but I mean, being a nice guy doesn't help make music. So I mean, it's not something that's personal. One guy can't be holding three other guys back, or else the band doesn't move forward. So I guess I absolutely totally get why you had to make the change.
I can definitely see like that, because I do multiple things outside of this. So acting is one of those things, and like if I can't commit to a project, then I don't put I don't put in to try to get in on it. So
right,
because this is kind of a thing that me and Chris put together, and I've said this to other bands, but we were sitting around a campfire on Friday nights, and we would hear these bands come on, on our playlist, and we're like, who is this? And then we go check, and like, damn, I've never even heard of this band, and like they've been around for like 20 years. Like, what the fuck? How do we not know this? And then we got to talking. I was like, okay, we don't know this. How many people else out there don't know this? It's like, so let's start, I was already kind of into podcasting with somebody else. And I said, hey man, I'm already doing podcasting. How about we just start a metal podcast? And we can like go over, talk to these bands that people don't know that much about. So we can push that out there and hopefully get a lot more people on board with a lot of these newer bands, because I think that, we talk about a lot of bands that we loved back, even in the late 90s that aren't together anymore. And I think that could be wise because they didn't get, any of the media push, that they should have gotten. And
especially in this country. And that's I want to take a quick minute to say, I want to say good morning to our friend Victor. He's here in the chat. He says he's about to head down to Atlanta for a concert, and I want to give a special shout out to Victor anyway, because today is Victor's birthday.
Oh man, happy birthday, Victor.
So happy birthday.
Congratulations.
I hope you have a safe trip down to Atlanta, buddy. So I'm not 100% sure if Victor knew that we knew that, but it popped up on Facebook this morning. It popped up on Facebook this morning. It's like, oh, I'm definitely shouting him out for that. So we want to wish Victor a happy birthday. So, but one of the things that kind of annoys me for sure, and I know it annoys Jason, but we've talked about it on the show before, especially with, over here, like the Grammys just happened, and then we've got the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame shit going on right now, the fan voting for that. Heavy metal is one of those genres that doesn't get onto the program television wise here in this country. They give the award out, but no one gets to watch it on TV. And this year they gave 2 Grammys to Ozzy. wasn't on TV. And then, the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame over here, they keep screwing over, like Iron Maiden. They've screwed over Iron Maiden, I don't know how many years in a row. So Jason and I, we get annoyed by the fact that over here in this country, especially, heavy metal is a little bit of an afterthought. And speaking for myself, there are some bands from, your guys' part of the world. I became a fan of Arch Enemy in 1996. When I heard Wages of Sin. I became a huge fan of the band Sentenced. Of course, they broke up in 2015, but I've been a humongous fan of Sentenced, from way back. And it's too bad that Billy couldn't keep that band together, but I know he's doing some other things. I don't know if Poison Black is still around or not anymore, but Sentenced was from your guys' neck of the woods. So, there are a lot of bands from Europe in general, but Scandinavia specifically, who are putting out quality music, album after album after album. But over here in this country, I mean, unless it's something like what Jason and I have going on, it's damn near impossible to hear about these guys. And I think it sucks, especially nowadays. I mean, in 2023, I mean, there's no way to not be able to find out news in general. So for bands like you guys and, the other bands I talked about, for you guys not to be able to be discovered, it kind of frustrates the both of us. So that was one of the main reasons why we decided to do something like this. Cause like he said, the band that he was referring to is a band called Onslaught. I'm sure you guys may or may not have heard of Onslaught, but I mean, they've been around since the mid 80s. But Jason and I didn't discover them for us until Generation Antichrist came out, and that album came out in 2020.
Yeah.
So, we're talking, 35 years after their debut album, we discover a band. So like Jason was saying, we were like, how much other music are we missing out? And if we're missing out, being heavy metal fans like we are, if we're missing out, other people are missing out. So that's kind of where we are now. So thankfully,
the thing we talked about earlier is like, when Metallica and Megadeth and all those guys that we do know about are gone, if we're not there to carry the flag for guys like Anzillu and other bands that we think should deserve that credibility, then I don't see how like anybody can get pushed, because like I said, the media doesn't get behind metal like it used to.
Right.
I mean, the last time you heard media push anything was when Guns N' Roses and Metallica were big in the 90s. So, I mean, it's kind of like, and since then, they haven't really pushed anything. They're trying to push, people like, Ghost onto us and stuff like that. And it's like, okay, I get it, but, that's an acquired taste. And, me or Chris, neither one are big fans of Ghost. So it's kind of like, I get where the media is just behind something for some reason, but then it's like you're getting behind the wrong bands here. It's like well, it's not even. Well, the funny thing is, it's not even necessarily like you said. We're not real huge fans of Ghost, but it's not even the fact per se that they're getting behind Ghost and pushing Ghost. They're putting their eggs in one basket. Right. Like they think that's the only band out there. I mean, there are hundreds and thousands of bands putting out better music. Let's just be honest. Anzillu being one. The Defaced, and all the other bands that we have talked to. We have brought on for a reason. I've discovered more music doing this than I ever have in my life, and my CD collection's probably doubled in the last 2 years. So and I'm a hard copy guy, so I like to have the hard copy on hand. Just sometimes you don't want to flip through your phone trying to find what you want to listen to. You just want to pop it in and go. Right. So especially with if you got a CD like this one, it's
you don't have to skip any tracks.
Yeah, it's kind of easy just to throw it in and let it play, because like I said, the thing that really caught me was the very first track, and like the way it led in, it just kind of like faded into like drumming and then just took off. And it's like, man, this is like so cool the way they just kind of built that up in that very first track, so that really, like, to me, you don't hear a lot of that in a beginning track, for a metal album. And, to me, it's like, look for that uniqueness in an album, and you know, that's one of those things where you don't hear a lot of, and and it just caught my ear. You know, I was like, oh, that's pretty cool. I like that. And then, you know, and like I said, there's different things, you know, with different albums that kind of catch you, but that was just one of the things that just kind of like right off the bat, I'm like, oh wow, this is cool. I like this. So, and you know, of course, you know, the album didn't let up once it got going. So, yeah.
I liked the very distinct guitar. It's not really kind of like the way the guitar sounded in Splinter in the Mind's Eye. I love the way that kind of distorted guitar tone was on that song. To me, that was one of the most unique parts on the album. I absolutely loved it.
Nice.
I like
Thanks.
the way that I liked the way that was written.
Yeah, it's a fun song to play.
Yeah, it was very well done. You know, all of it was well done. And like, to echo what Jason said, I love the way the album in general, it just, there was barely a fade in. And then Timu, you were just like, let's go. And I was like, because Jason was actually the first one to listen to it. And then he told me about it. I was like, all right, well, I definitely need to check this out. And this was before the interview was even announced, before he told me that he got in contact with you guys. And I listened to the album. I was like, holy shit. I was just listening to it in my truck on the way to work. I was like, good God. So it just starts at like 100 miles an hour and just goes. And of course that's
it's like a gear. Yeah, it's like a gearbox in a Fast and Furious movie. There's always bigger gear. You can always.
It's like a 20-speed transmission. Yeah. It's like, does he ever downshift? What the hell happened? Yeah. That's actually a very good description of it. Absolutely.
Well, I mean, you can't expect much. You know, like I said, that's like, you know, when you think thrash, that's kind of what you think of. You know, you think, you know, it's high speed, high intense the whole way through. So, you know, if you're going to play that, you know, and be considered a thrash metal band, I think that, you know, you definitely can't get any more on tap with that label than, you know, you guys did. So I mean, you know, you definitely lived up to the thrash hype. So that's for sure. So,
absolutely. And then what I like, you know, because it's, you know, you got the 9 songs on the album, and then per kind of like what you were talking about, Jason, when you first told me about the album before I had a chance to hear it, you know, you got the first 8 songs that are just blistering, just frenetic pace. And then, you know, you get to the title track at the very end, you know, Ex Nihilo, and then it's still massively heavy, but then it's like you pulled the tempo back to like half speed and went a little, that opening guitar riff is a little more Slayer-esque to it, but it's got that really, really doomy feel to it, but it's still just as heavy as the other 8 songs. It's just, you know, you kind of pull the chord back a little bit. It's like, all right, we're going to slow this down just a touch, but we're still going to hit you in the face with it. So it was a cool little change of pace right at the end of the album without losing any of the heaviness at all. That's what I thought was very cool about it. You know, it wound down without winding down, if that makes any sense at all.
Yeah. And it was like all the other songs have, like, I paid a lot of mind to the song structure when making them, that there's no excessive like repetition or like milling the same riffs all over the game.
Yeah.
Or like when you have a juicy riff that you play it too much, like it's to keep them cohesive. But with the last song, I was like, okay, now that I've done 8 songs like they're supposed to be, but now I throw the rule book out and just do what I want. And that's why the song is 8.5 minutes or something like that long. And it's kind of when you play this kind of music and you make a long song like this one, like 8 minutes is for a thrash band. It's pretty much it's really long. So I'm glad to see how it turned out. I'm happy with the results, and it's like kind of like an oddball in the album, but still fits nicely in the.
We've kind of talked about that before too. Is how thrash has away from the long like songs and everything that they, like when Metallica came out, they had 6-7 minute songs all the time. You had like 8 tracks. You had like 8 track hour long albums with Metallica in the beginning. So it's kind of like all that stuff's kind of like gone wayside. But then you kind of get in with a lot of newer bands, and like a lot of these newer bands are starting to bring that back in, and I think that's really cool. And I think that's kind of like where a lot of people that are starting bands kind of miss out, is like they're trying to do their own thing, which is cool. But you get these bands kind of like you guys. I feel like you got like a kind of an old school feel with a new school vibe, I guess. And I think that's cool that you can able to mash that all together and put something really good out like this. So.
And it's still unique. That's the thing.
It is. Yeah.
You can still have like an overall homage to a sound, because like for me a lot of the songs on the first part of the album gave me like a little bit of a Creator vibe.
Yeah.
But at the same time,
I think I actually said it was more Destruction for me. So Creator, Destruction, but at the same time you get that vibe, but it's something that's totally unique to you guys. Right. Yeah.
So there's nothing wrong with having like a little bit of a callback to another era, but then having the uniqueness to it at the same time. Like I say, the guitar, that opening guitar tone on Splinter in the Mind's Eye, I don't recall hearing a guitar sound like that. I'm not going to say ever, but definitely not very often. So that the way that guitar tone and that guitar riff was written at the beginning of that song, that's Anzillu. That's you guys, as far as I'm concerned. Whether or not some of the other songs give off, a little bit of, because I mean, Teemu, your vocal style is, on point, and and even and now that I know that this is basically more or less the first band you've ever sang like this, that even impresses me even more, because even though you're singing a thrash style, it's not, you don't sing the same way throughout the entire album. And then knowing now that you were basically a death metal vocalist before you came here, that impresses me even more, that you were able to, basically adapt to this new style for you. Yep. So, I mean, it's all.
It was It was because we've within Anzillu, we've all been doing music I've been doing it for like 20 years almost, in different groups and bands, and at some point when you keep doing music and when your ego just goes like, okay, fuck it, I don't want to be part of this anymore. You do you. I'll go somewhere else. And basically, then as a musician, you became a person that actually just tries to make good songs. So basically, in that sense, the whole idea for each song was to find the sound that fits the song. Yeah. So that was the thing. And to me, it's kind of like a lot of the songs are really similar, but there's like the Cleansing Flame, for example, required a different taste, required a different approach. We did it. And then with Ex Nihilo, for example, it was more of a theater performance for me, kind of a thing. Yep. It's kind of like get into character, get so deep in there, and then start doing it. It was really liberating in that sense, but it was a really new thing for me to do. Yeah.
Have you ever had to be that flexible on an album before?
Nope. It's usually you do you, what you feel like really comfortable. But with this one, it was kind of like it was Lauren, the producer, and Jesse going like, let's try this and this and that. And then it's kind of like, okay, now you nailed it. Do that again. And moving forward. Yeah.
And I brought this up before. So yes, when you write, do you already have like a sound in your mind when you're writing like lyrics or anything?
With the lyrics, I wrote 3 of the songs, and Teemu wrote the rest. But with the music, with the lyrics, I maybe have like a subject or the theme in my mind when I start to write. But with music, I'm maybe doing my regular guitar practice and noodling around or something like that, and came up with something and start to develop that, or checking out some drum grooves to see what fits. But it's kind of like depends. But mostly it's like I'm doing something mindless, and I stumble upon there's something here, kind of stuff, and then record that, and then start to think, is this a verse riff or a chorus riff or intro riff, and then start filling the spots, the rest of the song.
There's no mistakes, just happy little accidents, right?
Yeah.
That's right.
And I think with creative work, it's always something like that.
Yeah. Well, because I asked this before, like I'm by no means know how to play any instrument at all, but like I wrote lyrics before, and I always had like a sound in my head when I'm writing. I was like, this is what I want it to sound like, while I'm writing, and I guess that's kind of a unique thing, obviously, because nobody's ever said that they do things that way. So of course, I'm not a musician either, so that may be the difference too. Is I'm not a musician, but and they always say, oh well, my mom and it was always been like, oh, you should sell that stuff. I'm like, I don't want to, because I have a sound in my head of how I want this to sound, and if I sell it, then it's not going to sound like that. So it's kind of like yes, I could probably make a lot of money off of it at some point, maybe, but then again, I may not. So I'd rather hang on to it, and then at some point be able to just like go on and create the sound that I want to out of some program, and just to have it, for myself. But yeah, I think that's cool that, people have different styles and different ways of writing stuff. I always think that's pretty interesting.
Yeah, I think it's very personal how, like, depends on the individual how they came up with stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. So the one thing that I noticed with the album is, obviously this is your guys' debut album, but the 4 singles that were released ahead of the album, they were all on the album. So everything that is on the album, were those the 9 songs that were written for the album? Was anything written that got left off?
Yeah, one song got left off.
It
was a bit out of the ballpark, so to speak. It didn't.
It wasn't good enough. And
it had its moments, definitely. It had its like really nice moments, but
it maybe like good. It had like one riff that I might use again, but the rest of the was like, and there was like a bit too familiar parts that were too close to something that was already written, so we had to I was like, maybe we shouldn't, this is too close to something that has been already done.
I might have actually liked to use the actual lyrics from the one done song in rehearsal on top of that, because you immediately heard it that this is taken from there, and it was a good gag, but in the end it didn't really cut it. So
everybody, I have to wait till the Anzillu Bastard Tracks in 2040 to hear that.
Yeah. Previously unreleased material from the debut album. Yeah.
Indeed.
So you said you guys have 2 shows coming up, right? Anything beyond that you have going on?
No, there's actually 4 shows coming.
Okay, 4 shows coming. Okay.
Yeah, we have a like national tour going, so it's halfway done.
And honestly, this is another reason why we want these bands like you guys on, is because we're a little selfish. We want you guys to come over here. So
yeah. Touring the States would be great, but I've heard that it's really like hard market to penetrate or come. Like you need some additional muscle behind before you
definitely have to have a good promoter. I know we ran into that with a band that we talked to, Hidden Intent from Australia. they were over last year, and we actually talked to them and got them on the show after the fact. But we talked to them, and they were talking about how the promotion was. The promoter was doing 2 different bands, 2 different shows, and then like the other show was way bigger, so he didn't really put much into their stuff, which was kind of shitty in my opinion. But so he, they were having to like some towns they went into, they had to get their own hotel and get their own cars and all that. So he's like, yeah, this is bullshit, man. Like, so they said, yeah, when we come back over, we're definitely going to have it more, have our own guy and have it figured out a lot better.
Yeah. I think we have to first conquer Europe,
right,
to some degree before we can.
Yeah, Europe, UK, that's first.
Yeah. Well, that's understandable.
Well,
I'm just saying, like we kind of like got a selfish, selfish reasoning for talking to a lot of these bands. It's kind of like, man, we'd love to get them over. We know there's a lot that goes into that, but when we talk to these bands, like, oh man, I love, and even when I'm hearing a lot of these songs, I'm like, oh, dude, I bet that kills live,
Yeah.
Oh God, yeah. Yeah. So, Timu, like at least if you head to the UK, you are heading east. So, I mean, you're heading in the right direction. So.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. Yeah.
Baby steps, man. Baby steps.
Yeah, exactly. Baby steps. Yeah. Our friend Jason wants to know what gear you guys were using on the album.
Come on, geek out. You've been dying to do this.
For drum stuff, for guitar
Timo
stuff.
just called you out.
Yeah. Like I'm a huge gearhead, so I think he meant guitar stuff. So I have 2 trusty old Jacksons that I used to play the guitars with. Then the guitar sound was I have a Soldano slow SLO 100 clone head that was we played 4 tracks of rhythm guitars, like 2 this side and 2 on this side, and the first batch from the east side went through the Soldano head, and then we had the other batch go through a Mesa Boogie studio preamp and with the Boss HM2 kind of pedal, worm distortion to give that like really nasty Swedish chainsaw sound, and in the mix we combine these sounds that makes the overall guitar tone. So it's like quad tracked, but with 2 different amplifiers, and all the amplifiers were played through a Mesa Boogie 4x12 standard cabinet and some microphone stuff. And if he was talking about the drums, if I recall, the drums were an old Ludwig set and a bell brass snare.
Yeah, but especially it really warms at like my heart to know that like the guitar sound actually has HM2 in it, because it's kind of like the greatest metal sound that was created by the Gothenburg metal scene in the 90s with In Flames at the Gates. It's like something that's
like Entombed, and it was
Entombed too. Yeah. Sorry, but it's like something so near and dear for us like Scandinavians or Northern Europeans to actually know that it's there.
Yeah, it's a nasty sound.
Yeah, Jason, we appreciate that question, man. Hell, if anyone's got a question for Anzillu, just go ahead and drop it in the chat. We'll definitely get it asked. Do you guys think the Scandinavian metal scene is underrated?
I don't think so. I think that actually at least Finnish, Swedish, and Norwegian bands compared to the population do really well. Well, they're maybe underappreciated in their own countries, but outside of their own borders, they're really appreciated. Mm-hmm. I think like Finland has put up many like world-class metal acts. So has Sweden, and also the Norwegian alone has started the whole black metal scene. So I think there's something here in the north and in the dark and in the cold that fits like great in the metal music. Like
enough depression
there's something in the water that that gives us that, or something in our DNA that makes us compatible with like making metal music compared to like the size of the population and the bands that we are putting out.
It's the blood and the snow. That's what it is.
Yeah, I think that's actually probably a perfect answer, because I think it is and isn't at the same time. I know that over in Europe, like I say, a lot of the bands over there, like from your area up there in Scandinavia, when you guys come down into the more mainland Europe, I know you guys are more well known, and I really wish that we could do more over here, because like I say, I know from personal experience how much good music comes from especially Scandinavia, but Europe as a whole puts out so much good stuff. So I think that was I'm not sure you could have answered that question any better, because I know you guys probably do well, over there at home, and when you do come down into other countries in Europe, like Germany and all those other places. And I hope you guys are able to get over to the UK, because I mean, if they haven't heard your music, they deserve to hear it.
Yeah, it's kind of like in Finland. Actually, we are not doing pretty well here in Finland, because like in here, in here, this kind of music is like the pretty much lowest is the low in the like metal scene. It's something like an acquired taste. It's not very popular even inside of metal, let alone like the general public. So mostly, if you the people here like really much like black metal or like straight up old school death metal or metalcore or something like that. But this kind of like thrash metal stuff or like isn't really popular here.
Yeah, it's kind of like it's really, this might sound, somebody might be offended. Yeah, somebody might be offended, but it's really tied to genres. So basically, you're either black metal or death metal. You don't mix. You don't mix at all. You keep to your things. You keep to your guys, etc., etc. You keep to your bands.
And also stoner stuff is big around here. And all kind of slow stuff where you smoke a lot of weed, but this kind of fast stuff where you kind of like hit the pedal to the metal kind of stuff, and the mosh pit inducing stuff isn't that popular. And I also think it's because it's related to the previous question because all the music we put out is so high quality, it's kind of like becomes norm here that all the bands are like super killer. It's like hard to compete.
Yeah.
Here. Oh, okay. The market is saturated. Okay.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, and also because we are a really small nation, we have only 5.5 million people in our country. So and in metal in general, because all the other countries are bigger, so there's always bigger audiences. Even like the ratio of the metalheads against the general public is the same in our countries and other countries, because the other countries have more people. There's just more metalheads. So it's like
that makes sense
too. And also there's the hard situation, because a lot of live venues are closing here. It's like hard to spread out this kind of music for playing it, because like we are playing 8 shows in our country. It's like and it's considered a big tour in here. When you can book so many shows. But if we would live in the States, we would like probably be able to book 30, like with the same kind of effort. So in that way, it's and a lot of people, regardless of the genre in Finnish heavy metal scene, think that if you can't make it outside of Finland, your band will die here. Especially if you do your music in English. There's a couple of Finnish metal bands that can keep big audiences, but otherwise it's like it will not happen if you can't spread out like to another countries. And many times it's like you have to go to other countries first before the Finns start to appreciate you. So it's like kind of like it's a hard situation.
See, that's very interesting. That's crazy.
It is interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
So, I
like
mean,
here it's kind of because here it's kind of backwards. We were just talking to a guy, Rick Jimenez, last year from Extinction AD, and he was talking about how a lot of bands here are taking different types of metal and like trying to mash them together to make their own sound, because everything's like they play everything here. You know, we got bands in the States that do every genre of metal, so it's kind of like everybody's looking for that new sound and stuff over here to try to be different. So that's just wild that they kind of can stick to those two like genres and just ride with those two genres. That's crazy to me, because like, you know, to me, I'm not a big death metal fan, but I do have some bands that I like from that genre. But because I think the thing with me with death metal is I'm, you know, I've talked to Chris about this a lot. I like it to an extent until I hear the drums and it sounds like they're banging on a Campbell's soup can, you know. It's like I'm like, come on, man. But yeah, I mean, like, it's just weird or not weird, but I think it's like cool to hear that how different each nation is with the metal scene, because you know, I go down to England, that is totally different than what you guys are experiencing. So
yeah, that's for sure. I think it's something to do with this kind of like the Finnish term "rockipoliisi."
the rock and roll police.
Yeah.
Nice. So well, a couple of comments here. Our buddy Victor says Ex Nihilo is a great album. Listened last week. Says he loves your style, and then Jason says that even here in the States, though, he says the metalcore and deathcore camps are still fairly divided. He is right about that.
Yeah.
But have you guys gotten any pushback over the fact that your album is in English? Any substantial pushback that you've noticed at all?
I don't think so.
No.
I think it's really acceptable in here. Yeah, I think it's really acceptable in here that you push your music in English. It's kind of
like in the 80s when the heavy metal started to land here. It was like if you made your music in Finnish, it was not considered like actual, like not respectable heavy metal. So it's like ingrained to culture here that the metal is usually done in English, like it's the like lingua franca type of situation. And when we in the early 2000s, there was one metal band called Mokoma that popularized Finnish thrash metal, and it was like never done before because everyone else thought before it that it's not a good idea. So the most of the metal bands here are in English.
Okay, because like I say, we've talked to bands from over there before. A couple of bands from Sweden. You guys are the first Finnish band we've had, but we've talked to German band from Glasgow. So we've got about 6 or 8 bands we've talked to from your guys' area of the world now, and I always get concerned about that, because basically everyone knows about Rammstein, and all of their 94% of their music is all in German. Every now and then, Till Lindemann, he'll throw, they did an all English version of their song America, but the original version wasn't in English, but then he did an English version. And then, there's some songs where he'll throw, because Till Lindemann speaks multiple languages, so he'll throw other languages in there, but by and large, Rammstein stuff is all in German. So I've always wondered about that. And then when we talk to a band from a new country over there, I always like to ask that question, because I'm glad that you haven't gotten any pushback about it being in English, because I would be disappointed if that was the fact that anybody.
I mean, you would think that it would be easier to market. It's easier to market though, because that's one of the most spoken languages. So
right, that's kind of.
I think
it
applies to another music genres, for example, pop and hip hop and stuff like that. But here, when people listen to rock and metal, they kind of like switch their mindset that it's supposed to be in English. They're like the general attitude is that it's supposed to be in English, and
And actually, one thing that I think might affect that quite a lot, because in the Nordics, it's kind of like that. We're not a nation where our TV shows are dubbed.
Yeah,
They're
we
not
don't dub
dubbed in.
anything. So
Yeah.
Wow.
when most of the European countries dub their television and
German,
movies
French,
and stuff like that. But we
Spain.
see the same stuff that you do. So we know all the like Arnold Schwarzenegger like quotes or like how the Darth Vader actually sounds and stuff like that. Whereas in other countries they dub everything. The only thing we dub is like the cartoons for kids because they haven't gone to school yet, so they don't understand English. But if you put on a television or go to the movies, like you can't find a dubbed movie in our movie theaters, and all our TV shows that aren't Finnish or Swedish are like in the original language. And mostly it's like English. It comes from either UK or from the United States. So in that sense, it's normal for us to hear a lot of English, and certain forms of culture or entertainment are supposed to be in English, and heavy metal falls on that category.
Yeah. Well, from what I was going to say, from what I understand, like the schools over there are really good. So you guys are taught English in school, even though English is a pain in the ass language to learn because we have so many dumbass exceptions to every rule. Right?
No. You're kind of like
rather
English
easy language.
It's the easy language. We have our own.
Really?
Spanish is easy, but English is like medium. But it helps a lot because you hear it so much in the television and stuff. You kind of like learn it passively because all the entertainment is in English. That you and like everything you buy for like TV sets or something like that, all the manuals are in English, so you are kind of used to. And the internet is in English, so you are kind of used to it.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. It's interesting to us because like even here in the States, it's like what we say here in the South. If we say the same thing up north, they're just going to look at us and what the fuck you say? It's kind of like because it means something different. Even in our own country. So it's kind of
you can go to UK. You could have been studying English your whole life, and then you go to UK and hear this wild dialects that you can understand any word, and you can also forgive yourself because the natives can't understand each other either. So the English people don't like if you're from Wales and the other person from Scotland, it's probably not going to work out.
I guess it actually makes sense I guess that actually makes sense the way when you look at it that way, because I guess I was kind of looking at it from my point of view, because being over here, like when like when athletes come over to this country, I'm a huge hockey fan. So there are so many people who come to the United States from, Sweden and Finland and Russia. And when they come over here, a lot of them don't speak the language. And I guess from my point of view, when the athletes come over here and they have to learn it without ever having spoken it, I guess that's kind of where my perspective had come from as far as English being a harder language to learn. So I never really looked at it that way. I guess when it's in your face all the time and you kind of don't have any other option, I guess I could see why English would be a little bit easier to learn. I've never had to experience that. So I guess it makes sense.
Yeah. And also
again, that's why it's great to talk to somebody on the other side of that fence.
Yeah. And also the athletes can't speak because those dudes skip to school to shoot sticks in the ring. Kind of that's very true. In Finland, the guys who play hockey we have a lot of players in the NHL, and then when they come back to Finland, they're not the sharpest tools in the toolbox, even in here, because they skip to school and to play ice hockey, that kind of stuff. So that's why they can't speak the language.
So it's like Alabama football here. So
yeah, something similar. Yeah, along those lines.
I just created a bunch of hate mail for Metalheads Unite there.
Yeah, send those angry emails to jason.tucker at no.
Uh, so you guys have just started touring for the new album, then, right?
Yeah.
So well, we always ask this, and I know you guys have been in other bands, so I'm guessing this question may go back to being in the other band, but we always wanted to ask if you have any like memorable or crazy road stories that you can share with us.
Yeah, I have a couple. I almost
I was about to say, Timu started laughing before you even finished asking.
I never got it out. Yeah.
not this band because we haven't toured this band so much.
Right.
But with my other band, I almost played like 100 shows. So at one show, I got almost killed with a mic stand. You know, the straight mic stand with the boom. It has like this way on bottom.
Around 10 kilos, yeah.
Yeah. Like 5 kilo like weight, and the singer, we was like ending our show, and we were standing on the side of the stage, facing the audience, and the vocalist lift the mic stand above his head, and he kind of like messed it up, so it like landed straight on my skull because I was like standing. Yeah, it's like, and it was like being hit with the hammer, but luckily my head is tough and I survived.
From all the headbanging.
So did the mic stand did it come apart?
I know he was lifting it above his head, so this was upside down.
So it was heavier than he thought it was,
and it has like a really heavy base plate that fell on me because his hand slipped.
Oh, okay, I got it. Okay. Oh,
wow,
man,
that's crazy. Well, we're glad you're okay, but that's
we're glad you're okay.
Man, that's crazy.
After the show at the backstage, I was like, I could have died. Like if it was like a couple of centimeters on the other side, it would have hit like my or could have broken my nose or something like that.
So it didn't give you a concussion or something with that?
No, a little bit of blood and a nasty bump, but.
All right,
Timu, you were laughing. So.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Yeah. This kind of like this is from another band, but this was kind of like we were celebrating our drummers and bass players' 40th birthday. It was a gig. Basically, we set up like a 5-band festival, and we were the main event for that night. It's fine, but during the show, there was so much alcohol on the stage. And at some point, I remember playing and singing, and there were these, let's say, mature ladies pushing €5 bills to my pants. And I was going like, what the hell are we doing here? This is supposed to be a rock and roll show. It's not striptease. It's kind of like it got stuck to me. That kind of a thing. Yeah.
So how much money did you make?
It was around 25 euros. So I don't know, is it 30 bucks? Yeah.
Shit, that's not bad.
Yeah, it's not bad. I didn't have to drop my pants, so I'm fine.
Well, there
with
you
it.
go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Oh, wow. So we have Timu, former Chippendale, on the show today. So
that's right.
Yeah,
that's right.
Come on, I even got the hair for that. So
yeah, you do actually.
It's hilarious, man. That's good. So I guess when I ask this, like I said, I'm a hard disk owner guy. So is there a way to pick up the Ace Nihilo CD somewhere or album or?
Yeah, actually, our label sells it in the US, M Theory Audio. I think they have a good distribution, so I think every record store will be able to produce it for you,
cool.
Sell it to you. Or if they can't, they sell them on their website, in their own store, and in our band's Bandcamp site. But I think, at least in Europe, we have a good distribution, so you can find it in many record stores. So I bet because the label is based in the US. Is in Las Vegas.
Oh, okay.
So they have a good distribution there. So you will find it in regular stores, or you can order it from the regular stores. And we have also LP coming out, but since all the plants have been so busy and every order is flooded, so we'll have it probably by the end of next month.
Okay, cool.
Okay, yeah.
And it will be available both in Europe and in the States.
Cool.
And UK.
Not that I don't mind purchasing from the band themselves, but man, that shipping right now from over there is crazy.
Yeah, but you can buy it from our Bandcamp, and the label will send it to you from the States. So it's
cool.
And if there are any European people listening to this, we have divided the shipping, that all the European orders will be shipped by us in the Europe, so you can avoid extra taxes, and all the US and Canadian orders are shipped from the US by the label.
Yeah,
and it's
US likes to tax the shit out of people. So.
Yeah. Well, hell, Canada's actually got it even worse than we do here.
Yeah.
Yeah, the taxes in Canada are pretty insane. So, all right. So we've talked about, obviously the sonic part of the album. So let's talk about the actual artistic part of the album. Let's talk about the album cover. So who was responsible for the artwork on the album cover? Because it's phenomenal. And I'm going to share that here for everybody here in just a second. So
it's actually a guy I used to work with. It's a guy from the Philippines. I found him in the internet. It's called Matt Design. And he designed some T-shirts and a couple of album covers from my previous band. And I just thought that I used the same guy again. So here's the story.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool cover. It's a lot going on there too.
Yeah, it's very well done.
Yeah, there was a lot of extra stuff that we basically cut down before it was sent forward. But I think the whole main thing was the middle part where it all started, and then basically just kept adding and adding and adding. And at some point, we're like, okay, just send everything to us, and we'll make it to our liking. That's it.
Well, hell,
cool.
It doesn't. That's fine. There doesn't have to be a goddamn half-hour long story behind it. It's
no. It's really simple and straightforward.
Yeah. No, it definitely is. But everything is very well done. And
we always like to talk about the artwork, because we feel like the whoever designed these artworks should get some props too, because
absolutely.
the metal scene has some awesome artworks.
Yes, indeed. And that's why I wanted to be a cool album cover, because I've seen so many cool album covers. I want to be on the same par. And it was easy to work with him because I've worked with him previously, so I knew he would deliver.
Now,
is there any hidden meanings with any of this, or?
I just explained to him the same story about the meaning of the ex nihilo that I explained to you, and said that just go nuts, do what you like. And I also sent the album for him to listen and draw inspiration, but anything nice. Fancy. I just gave him free hands to work. A couple of guidelines, but nothing too specific.
Okay, well, we have another question in the chat from our friend Ace. She's actually she's actually one of the team members here at Voice of the People USA. She does some of the graphics here too. She actually did the little graphic that we used to announce you guys as the guest for this week. She says, and you may or may not know the answer to this question, but she says, does the artist draft on paper and move it to digital, or how does he compose this? Do you have any idea how he does it?
I think he does everything digitally, and draws on kind of like those Wacom drawing boards that you use a stylus on a digital board and draws like that.
Kind of like a Surface Pro or something.
Yeah.
Okay. Now the font, the band name font, did that come from him, or was that or Yessie, was that you?
No,
Was
that's
from
actually
Timo.
me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, as a profession, because I do UX and UI design and basically a lot of typographic work. That basically came from me. I think that's like the third version of the original one, and
Yeah,
basically
I had
there was
kind of
a
like a general idea how it should look like, but I absolutely suck at drawing. I can't draw for shit. Like
I can't either.
like
can't either.
a 4-year-old draws better than me, so I like so I gave like a couple of instructions to them, like what in what direction should we go and what elements should it have. But I think it was second or third version. And but it was pretty much looking the same from the beginning, but we just removed like really minor details from the logo, and it's
So Timo, I'm guessing that this overall font has a little bit of the Sumerian inspiration to it.
Yeah, definitely it has that, and then because basically I wanted to make it into a vector graphics. So basically, we can use it in any size, etc., etc., and we can scale it up and down. I basically did some back and forth with it, and then it was kind of like, okay, this is already looking good. Send it to the guys, feedback, minor tweaks, and then like the third version, I think this is it, and it was done. It was probably like 2 evenings, and that's it. To kind of like keep it simple, that it looks good when you look at it from afar, and make sure that it has at least some distinct look into it. Yeah.
Well, I like the symmetry of it, and I like the details on the eye right there in the middle, and then then I'm not exactly sure what you call that, but the lines above and below it that kind of draw your eye out from the center. I kind of like that. Well, and the lines that draw your eyes up and out. So I do like the symmetry of the whole thing.
Yeah, it's good to have a name that has 7 letters.
I was about to say you got a focal point right in the middle with an odd number of characters. That does help.
Yeah, it's a perfect length.
Yeah. So Yessie, our friend Ace said, so all I heard is don't play Pictionary with him. So because you said you couldn't talk.
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, don't feel bad. I'm in the same boat as you, Yessie. So I mean, my daughter can draw, and I have no idea where she got that from. So sure as shit wasn't from me. So we've talked before about how it's nice to have like talents in the band that don't necessarily have anything to do with music. So Timo, you designed the font, even though you had to farm out the album cover itself. We've talked to some other bands before as far as being able to take care of the musical aspect parts themselves. Do you guys, as far as like the recording, the mixing, the mastering, and do you guys have any hand in that, or is that all done, outside of your camp?
Yeah, I produced the albums and recorded all the I played my own parts, but I also recorded the other parts of the guitar work and bass, like did the basic tracking. And then when we went to studio with Lauren, I was there in every recording session to like as a producer to like how it should sound and stuff like that, and sat in the mixing session and doing. So we have some stuff.
Yeah, I think for this one, because we wanted this to be as good as it can be. Like that was the main point for all of this, to make it as good as possible. And because pretty much all of us within the band, we have some more or less some sort of DIY background in making music. It's like I've produced some of my previous bands. Sami has done the same. Rasmus also. We've produced, tracked, recorded, engineered, whatever. We've all done the thing, but it's good to have it so that we're honest to ourselves.
Mhm.
that okay, we could try to DUI this, but it's not gonna be good. Or let's say it might be good, but it wouldn't be perfect. It wouldn't be like the next step.
Yeah, it has to have professional level. That's why we went to Laurene.
Yeah, that's the thing. And just go on.
Yeah, but in nothing related, but it has come to the time that I have to go elsewhere. So I leave, I leave rest to Teemu's hands. He can
all right, that's totally fine. That's totally we like we say, we know.
I hope I could have stayed longer, but I have other business to attend to.
No, you're fine. Like we give this platform to you guys, man. Like you take what time you need. You know,
we'll remain with you, and he will answer the rest of the questions. And take over. Thanks for having us and me, and it was really fun to talk with you guys.
Yeah,
absolutely.
We appreciate
see in the sometime in the future, and Teemu will keep the interview going for the rest of the evening.
All right. Get you guys over to the States and hang out for a bit or something. So.
Yes, I hope so.
Yeah.
But okay.
Yes.
Thank you. And have a nice evening.
Yeah. Thank you, Jesse. You too. Jesse Kemarainen, everybody, guitar player for Anzillu. So Teemu, as far as like what you were talking about, I guess everybody having a little bit of a background in some of the post-production aspect kind of makes it easier to hand it off to somebody to put the finishing touches on it when you guys have a little bit of a hand in the overall sound. Yeah. I'm guessing.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. It's kind of like, because we all knew kind of like what we can do. We heard our other projects and we were kind of like, okay, that sounds good and nice, but because come on, Nino Laurene he's done Lost Society, he has done Amorphis, he's done Winterson, he's done like so high level metal albums that it's kind of like, yeah, fuck it, we're not gonna even try. We can't reach that with our gear, with our expertise, etc. And there was also some, due to the fact that Jesse and Nino they had done like one of his past band's albums already, so they knew each other, they knew how to work together, how to make everything as smooth as possible. So that helped a lot because we knew that he will make a sound as good as possible.
Yeah, and to have someone with an ear like that, was he able to add any like tweaks or elements that you guys didn't hear at first?
Definitely, at least like to my part, because we didn't have like a pre-production session with Nino before for the vocals and stuff like that. He had the demo songs without vocals, etc. So basically, we did the vocal production on the go, so to speak. And yeah, it's a different level working with a real producer when it comes to vocals, because I had this kind of a way that I'm not that pitch correct, so to speak. Yeah, so that's why metal singing, it works for me. And due to the fact that I was planning on having some parts that I would have actually sung on the record, but due to the fact that because I just couldn't pull it off to his standard, it was obvious that we had to do some other idea on the spot. And for me, it was like, okay, first of all, I was like frustrated as hell because I had worked for like 6 months to get the arrangements, get the vocals to my liking. And then on the spot, it's like, nope, that's not going to cut it. Okay, fine, fuck it. What are we going to do? What's the next thing? And due to his expertise and knowledge, it was kind of like, let's try this. And usually within 30 minutes, we found the idea that works with the song, sounds good, and can still be pulled off with the sound and like the repertoire that I had at the moment. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Very nice. Very nice. Yeah. All right. So as far as being able to follow you guys and social media and all that stuff, how can our friends find you guys and follow you guys?
You can find us within Facebook, IG with Anzillu FI in the end, and just follow us. And I think it's the same also in YouTube, where we have all of our music videos posted, and also you can actually go and listen to the full album there, which is good. Right. And also you can find us within Spotify with just Anzillu. So it should be quite easy.
Okay, so then they're other than like Bandcamp where Jesse was talking about you could find the album. You guys don't have like an exclusive Anzillu website unto yourselves, is that correct?
It's under work currently. Yeah, it's kind of like it's on my desk, but due to the fact that we've been actually quite busy lately,
sure.
It's 95% done. I just need to get pushed out. But at this point, we don't have any like distribution from there. Nothing else but just linkage to Bandcamp, etc. to actually buy the CD, etc. And basically within Europe and Finland, just come see the shows. We have the CD there available, and LP at some point when we get it.
Yeah.
And also for the first tour, we actually have like a limited edition tour T-shirt. That's only for this tour, and then it's gone. Yeah.
Nice. Yeah. So having said that, the current tour you're on around Finland right now is 8 dates, correct? You guys are halfway through. It's an 8-date tour. And I'm sure you guys are probably working on it. And I know Jason, I think he asked this already. Is something brewing to take you guys outside of Finland? I know you said you guys wanted to hit the UK. Are we talking about going over into, like bleeding over out into Scandinavia? Are you going to come down into,
We hope so. There's been a lot of discussions about it, and we do hope so. And I think we had, if I remember correct, there was also like one offer on the table at some point, but due to the fact that scheduling and actually money-wise, it's not yet possible to actually take on something like that. But in the near future, definitely we're looking into it, because if we want to go to Europe or Scandinavia, we need to have like a really solid set of bands to actually make it profitable, or at least break even, because that's like pretty much the thing right now, to get everything break even, and that's it. Yeah.
Have you guys gotten any traction with any of the festivals over there?
Yeah, for the next summer, there's actually, at least we know there's one festival that we're going to be participating. There's been some others are still in the discussions. We haven't heard from them, which is unfortunate and kind of troublesome.
Yeah.
Because we don't know. Usually it's around this time that festivals start locking up their band listings. But at least we have one show coming up in July in Lahti. And basically all that I care that the main band will be Rotten Sound for that evening, which I'm freaking stoked. I haven't seen them live in ages, and it's a wonderful band to see them live. It's the lead singer Keijo, he's just a freaking force of nature to recon on stage. It's amazing what he does. Yeah.
That's kind of what I love about metal bands. It's like I know some of the bigger bands don't do this, but we've been to shows where we went and like the opening act would be out there with us, partying and jamming when the main act's on stage. It's so cool to see them out there supporting each other like that. Even though you would think they would do that anyway since they're on the bill together, but a lot of times you don't see that, which is crazy. But of course, when you're in bigger venues, we kind of understand that you're not going to go out in front of 10 20,000 people and mosh with them and stuff. But well, I mean, you might. I mean, since LaJohn Witherspoon from Seven Dust is a big guy that goes out and he don't give a shit how the crowd is. He'll go out and smoke weed with you. So that's why. So it's but you don't get a lot of bands that do that. So it's kind of cool when you hear people like you talking about another band and be like, yeah, I can't wait to check those guys out. It's kind of like it still warms my heart to hear that even though you guys are musicians, you're still fans of other bands.
Yeah,
cool.
Yeah, definitely. Because I've always enjoyed live music, especially with rock and roll and metal music, because you can go there to experience the show. It's supposed to be a bit dangerous. It's supposed to be a bit rowdy and everything, and you go there for the thrill. And and this is something that because as a kid I went to a shitloads of like hardcore punk shows, and there was this thing kind of like that. If the audience wasn't like really feeling it, they were just standing around and whatnot, looking kind of like schmucks. Usually the lead singers just like jumped into the crowd to make everything go like apeshit wild.
Yeah.
And I really like that because that brings danger into a live show. And basically I've done that pretty much on every show already that we've done. It's always so good to see the look on people's faces when they realize he fucking jumped off the stage. What's going on? What's happening? What is this shit? But I kind of like it because you can still bring a bit of surprise and danger into a like metal show. Yeah.
Well, and the funny thing is like even though Jason and I we aren't musicians, we've been fans for a long time, and I'm sure, like you said, you've been in music for 20 years, but I'm sure obviously you were a fan. That's what got you into music. We're all fans first. So we have that experience first of being a fan of something, and then whether it's something like you moved on to actually getting involved, so you're on the stage now instead of in the crowd. So we're all fans first, so we all know that feeling of watching a show and experiencing the energy from the stage, and now you're experiencing the energy from the crowd, so you've experienced it from both sides. So but we all know, at least everyone who's been to a live show, I'm not speaking for literally every single person, but everyone who's been to a live show knows that feeling of being in the crowd waiting for it to start, and then when the lights go out, when the opener is about to there's always that anticipation, and then when the show actually starts, it's a release for the fans, it's a release for the artist, and then to be able to have this symbiotic relationship where they feed off each other, and the band plays to get the crowd amped up, and then the more amped up the crowd gets, the more amped up it goes up and down and around. So it's a special. Of course, I don't have like your perspective on it, but I mean, even Jason can provide the perspective from both sides, because he's a former pro wrestler, and so he's got the in-ring perspective, and he's got the perspective of being somebody who watches the matches. So I don't even have that perspective. Jason has more of a perspective of it than I do, so. But
although it's kind of a curse too, because when I'm watching, I'm like, "What the fuck are you doing?"
Right?
Yeah. You know all the bad stuff that's going behind the curtain.
But
it kind of takes the fun. It kind of takes the fun out of it as a fan watching when you know like they miss a spot or something. You're just like, "Oh my god, they missed that up." But it's still fun to watch. But as far as like bands though, I was just saying like you don't see James Hetfield even behind a curtain watching the opening act, or so, what I'm saying. Right, that's what I'm saying. Is like you don't see a lot of the bigger bands. Like I think the craziest thing that I've seen lately was Rob Halford was at one of the Pantera shows, and he took a selfie from the side of the stage where he was actually on the side of, and I thought, man, that is so cool that he's out supporting this. So it just like gives me a good feeling that you still got bands out there supporting other bands.
Yeah. Well, I mean, as far as heavy metal goes, I mean, I think the bands in general support the other bands, because I think heavy metal artists by and large are, they're all down to earth people, and then at the same time they also know that that if they don't support each other, then they're just making their jobs harder on each other, and they're making it more difficult for heavy metal as a genre. And, you know, being metalheads that we all are, we know how much more difficult we have it listening to the genre of music that we listen to anyway. So the best thing to do, of course, you know, we always hear stories about guys beefing all the time anyway. And even Yessi said that his former bass player could drown and he wouldn't care. So I mean, so, you know, I mean, humans are humans.
That's some Venom Inc. type heat there. That's
or some, you know, some Burton C. Bell and Dino Cazares stuff going on. So I mean, you know, humans are still humans, and it's going to happen.
Yeah.
But I mean, by and large, the majority of the time, you know, everyone comes together in a community and they support each other, and it's good. It's better for all of us, the musicians. It's good for the fans. It's good for the performances. So it's good to see. And Ace says she wants to see Jason watch right now. That's fun.
It's
all right, well,
definitely a
what
different
say, Jason?
different feeling. It's definitely a different feeling when you're on the couch watching instead of in the ring performing. So,
oh, absolutely.
And as an artist, I would think that if I was in the music business and I was at a show or whatever, and I seen something, and I would probably be one of those guys. You know, because I put a lot of passion into what I do, is I would see something and I'd be like, fuck, why didn't I think of that? You know what I mean? That would be my thing. It's like I see something kind of like, fuck, why didn't I think of that? But yeah, I've seen some pretty wild stuff at some of these shows. I'm like, oh, that is so fucking cool. But and it's cool to see, you know, different bands have their own little thing that they do, you know, within performing. And it's not just, you know, I'm sitting on the side of the stage, just, you know, headbanging and jamming the whole time. I mean, they put their own, like you said, you can jump out into the crowd or whatever. That to me, you know, it's like, I'm not a big fan of Fever 333, but I went to a festival they were at, and that's one of the things that stuck with me was that guy was in a equipment box, and they were crowd surfing him in the equipment box, and he was singing through the whole thing. I'm just like, I don't know why. I was just like, man, that dude's crazy as shit. But I mean, that's the kind of people you want to pick a show up. I mean,
definitely.
They livened the crowd back up in midday of a festival that, you know, everybody was already tired and kind of out of it. You know, we still had 6 big bands to go, and they were there to bring the crowd back into it. So, I mean, that's what you want out of a performance is to get these people, you know, back into the show. So, especially if you're at a festival, I mean, you know, going to a 3-hour show with a couple of different bands is a lot different than spending 12 hours out in the sun at a festival.
Yeah, it's a different story, and it's actually like really, really good one, like related to that kind of similar thing, like what the Fever 333 did, because it was Tuska Festival before Corona, and I don't know if you've heard the Frank Carter and the Rattlesnakes, basically the previous lead singer from Gallows.
Okay.
And basically he has this repertoire that he does live that basically he jumps out into the crowd and reforms a circle pit only for women. And it's amazing thing to observe that every single male just gives room, and then there's a full female circle pit that goes on for one freaking song, and it's just amazing. It's amazing what kind of a power you can have if you want to do something like really, really awesome.
Yeah. Well, that's definitely different. That's pretty cool. I actually like to see that myself.
Yeah. And actually from last summer, because last summer we were able to actually play our first like festival show in John Smith here in Finland, and like really glad that we were able to do it. And it's actually in the end of Splinter in the Mind's Eye, when there's a tiny break and then the guitar comes on with a bit of a tighter tempo. We kicked Jesse to the crowd, go and play your solo there. And he was actually shredding his solo in the crowd with a circle pit going around him. That was like the most metal thing that we've seen in a long while.
That had to be great.
Yeah.
That had to be so awesome.
Yeah, it was cool. It was cool. But that's the kind of like I think that's like the rock and metal show magic. That basically there's always something different happening. It doesn't have to be let's put it like it doesn't have to be like a spectacle or like a show, but there's something special, something to remember when you go home and be kind of like, I just saw something freaking unique that no one else will ever experience, etc.
Yeah, you're
that would definitely
making memories is what you're doing.
Yeah. If you witness something like that, that's definitely going to stick with you for sure. Because we talk about a lot of times. We went to the Bay Strikes Back tour twice last year with Testament, Exodus, and Death Angel, and Chuck Billy was messing up his rotation of songs. He was started singing the wrong song or something, and he was just like, I know what I'm doing, I know the lyrics, and it was kind of funny just to hear somebody that seasoned to mess up an Old Testament song. I think it was probably, what was it Into the Pit or something like that.
It was he missed his he missed his mark on the opening verse to Into the Pit, and the great thing about it was like you said, he stopped the song because he realized what had happened. He stopped the song.
Yeah.
And, all the other guys on stage were looking at him and laughing. And no one was booing or nothing. Everyone thought it was like the funniest fucking thing. And I was laughing my ass off. Everybody around me was laughing. Skolnick was laughing his ass off. DiGiorgio was laughing. Everyone thought it was fucking funny. And, Chuck Billy, he was, like Jason said, he was playing it off. So everyone – no one was like, "Oh man, you suck, you fucked this up." No, it was, it was funny, and it picked up right where they restarted the song, picked up right where he left. I hit the mark,
and it was a memorable moment from the show. So it kind of sticks with you.
Definitely
sticks with you. When even the mistakes stick with you sometimes, and be like, it was pretty. Even though it was a mistake, it was still pretty cool.
Oh, it was so funny. And it just goes to show everybody. I mean, you can play because Testament's been around since the 80s. So they're So you're talking about and then I think Into the Pit came out in 87. So you're talking about a song that's 35 years old that Chuck Billy has probably sung thousands of times.
Yeah.
Hey, nobody's perfect, and it happens to the best of us. So it's just one of those things. It's like, hey, we're all human. You sometimes something happens, you get caught up in the moment, and hey, you have a brain fart and you forget to sing the song.
It is the moment on stage when you sometimes you get this like, did I actually buy milk, or did I let my coffee maker on at home? How did it go? It's coming.
Kind of like the Deadpool scene where he's like in the middle of all that action, and he said, did I leave the stove on?
It's that moment. Everything's a bit slow motion. Did I do it?
Yeah.
So I got a question I meant to ask earlier, and we got caught up in other things. But with you guys only having the one album, is there any like covers or anything you guys do within that, or maybe some older music from the other bands that you may have copyrights to? Or
we haven't done any covers that we've published, but we actually do one song live. It's part of our live repertoire if we have time right now. It's kind of like, I wouldn't want to spoil it because it's a good song, like a really good song. And it's usually, this is actually funny because Jesse was joking about it. And we didn't believe him because he told me that this will happen, that if people hear it, they usually come running from the bar to the pit. And this actually happened like last weekend. And there was actually some guy downstairs on the second floor of the bar, and he was drinking there. And then when the song started, he saw that the guy ran from downstairs upstairs, paid the ticket, and hit to the pit right before the song started properly. Because it's a Slayer song. There's a bit of an intro, and when it kicks like a freaking mule. Yeah, we actually thought he was joking, but
nice.
Yeah, it's kind of like those one of those songs that everybody in the band can kind of like just if we want to do some live cover, it has to be something like that.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Cool. Well, no, it's a Saturday evening there. We don't want to take up a whole lot of your time. I want you to kind of get relaxed and enjoy the rest of your evening over there. So,
yes, especially since you're feeling under the weather, you definitely want to make sure.
I've been waiting for a tea refill for a while now, but I didn't get one. So.
Well, Timu, we greatly appreciate you coming on the show, and we definitely appreciate your understanding with the little hiccup before. So
don't worry.
Yeah, everybody check out Ex Nihilo by Anzillu. Timo Kemppainen, Jesse Kamarainen were our guests today, and we greatly appreciate them coming on. So,
we go to their Bandcamp, buy some stuff, support them.
Yes, and everybody, everybody over in Finland, you got 4 more shows to go check them out. So, go.
Now you gotta. If you don't have a ticket, now you got to buy one to see the Slayers. See the Slayer cover.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you do. So all of our, of course, Sweden's right next door. Some of our Swedish fans can come over and check it out too. So all of our Scandinavian metalheads, get on over to. I think Jesse said Helsinki's coming up next week.
Yep, it's Helsinki next week, and then Kotka also on the same weekend, and the next weekend will be Vantaa and Seinäjoki. So it's gonna be kind of like one show in the capital area and then another show in a different city. So it's kind of like a bit easier on the kind of like moving around part. So
right.
All right. So we've got one more question real quick in the chat. It's from somebody at the home office, someone from VOP. It's probably our boss Dan, but he says, "Forgive my ignorance, but is the whole band Finland born and raised?"
Yeah.
Yes,
it is.
Finland. I thought so because with the last names, I thought so. So, but
they're pretty good giveaway.
Yeah.
But if there's nothing else, huge thanks from me also to you guys. This was actually really a pleasure to be chatting about this, and kind of like this was almost going down a bit of a memory lane for the past 2-3 years. What's been going on?
Well, that's good, man. That's good.
Yeah.
And you definitely have 2 new fans of the band here at the Metalheads Unite podcast.
Excellent.
And I'm sure we're going to do our part together to make sure that you have more fans than just us 2. And we'll definitely keep track of everything going on with you guys. Obviously, we're going to follow you on the socials and all that good stuff. We'll keep up with all the happenings with the band, and then with any luck, we'll see each other again down the road somewhere. So we would definitely hope we cross paths again. So
thanks. Now hope you get well soon.
Get well soon, Timo.
Yeah, same thing here.
All right, get you some tea and get you some sleep, buddy.
Yeah, that's the plan. Okay, see you guys.
Right.
Have a great weekend. Bye.
You too. Bye.
Awesome.
Timu and Jesse.
Those guys were great, man.
Yeah, they were.
And they just let you know like how down to earth they are. As they came in early, and then they were like, "Oh, well," and they said, "We'll just come back in an hour," instead of you guys could have went ahead and started, and I would have just jumped in when I got home, but I was out.
I know I had because like I say, I was just sitting here like, doing some notes, making sure I had all my stories pulled up. I was listening to the album again, so I had it all fresh in my head. And all of a sudden I hear that little notification, because I didn't have this screen pulled up. I was listening to it on YouTube. So I had, I'm listening to music. I'm not paying 100% attention to anything other than music. And all of a sudden I hear that little notification that happens when somebody comes into the studio. I was like, what the fuck? What the fuck was that? And then I heard it again. It's like, oh shit. So I went over to StreamYard and I see them kind of waiting in the studio. I went, oh my God, no.
To their defense, that the show did say 9:00 on it, so for some reason.
Yeah. So right. So like I say, I had a mild panic attack, and like I ran into the other room and I threw a shirt on. And Angela, she's sitting in the other room. She goes, "What's wrong?" I said, "Oh shit, they're here an hour early." But yeah, they were cool about it, and
so I appreciate that. Like
we both appreciate it. So I know we're about to get into the normal show here, but I don't know, any of you guys who have been here the whole time, you've been seeing me, work on this bottle of water. I am going to take 2 or 3 minutes, and I'm going to go make a pit stop real quick. Cause if I don't, I won't make it through the rest of the show. So, Jason, you know the feeling. So,
definitely. I'll probably be doing the same at some point.
Yeah. All right. So I'm going to mute the mic, and I will literally be right back.
All right. All right, guys. So I guess, like again, I thank Anzillu for joining us today. Really cool interview there. So if you haven't heard of those guys, go check those guys out over at Spotify, YouTube, all that good stuff. Really, really cool guys. So, but I can go ahead and start on these birthdays here while he's gone. So get back into our normal routine here. Birthdays from February 5th through the 11th. February 5th, we had Nigel Tufnell, guitarist for Spinal Tap. Tommy Skiot, guitarist for Tesla. Duff McKagan, bassist for Guns N' Roses. And Adam Carson, drummer for AFI. February 6th, we had Edwin Punky Meadows, guitarist for Angel. Axl Rose, singer-songwriter for Guns N' Roses. February 7th, we had Mark St. John, guitarist for Kiss from April to November of 1984, and he unfortunately passed away in 2007. We also had David Bryan, keyboardist for Bon Jovi. We had Sully Erna, of course, vocalist and rhythm guitarist for Godsmack. And then we had Wes Borland, guitarist for Limp Bizkit. February 8th, we had Vince Neil, vocalist for Motley Crue. Dave Farrell, bassist for Linkin Park. February 9th, we had Rachel Bolan, bassist for Skid Row. And then we had Jimmy the Rev Sullivan, drummer for Avenged Sevenfold. He, of course, unfortunately passed away in 2009. February 10th, we had Cliff Burton, bassist for Metallica. And, of course, we know his story there. Unfortunately, he passed away in a bus accident in 1986. And we had Vic Fuentes, vocalist for Pierce the Veil. And then February the 11th, we had Frederick Thorndahl, guitarist from Meshuggah, Varg Vikernes, guitarist for Mayhem and Burzum, Mike Shinoda, vocalist for Linkin Park and Fort Minor, and then Craig Jones, of course, he's the sampler and keyboardist for Slipknot. And then we also had a birthday. My nephew. Wyatt is actually, we're celebrating that today, but his birthday was last week or during the week on the 9th. So happy birthday to him. And then, of course, happy birthday to Victor as well from the Rock and Heavy page and big supporter here at Metalheads Unite. And then any birthdays or anything you need to put out there?
The only birthday shout out I can think of off the top of my head was Victor's. So
yeah, okay, cool.
I got one coming up. It'll be on next week's show.
I gotcha. Yeah, and then so just to give a quick rundown, like this week, you didn't get to hear a lot of it, but most of the birthdays this week were from some big time bands. So go ahead real quick because I knew we had Cliff Burton and Vince Neil. Yeah, and we had Duff McKagan from Guns N' Roses, Axl Rose from Guns N' Roses, Mark St. John from Kiss, Sully from Godsmack, Wes Borland from Limp Bizkit, Rachel Bolan from Skid Row, Jimmy the Rev Sullivan from Avenged Sevenfold.
Damn it, man.
Yeah, so Craig Jones from Slipknot. So we had Frederick Thorndahl from Meshuggah. I mean, it was pretty jam packed, and we had Rick Astley.
Yeah, it was.
Son of a bitch, you got me again.
Nice.
Hate that motherfucker. But anyway,
can't fucking get away from this guy.
I know, right? Like what the fuck. But yeah, he's There was
That's funny.
something so happy birthday to all those. And if I missed anybody, I apologize. And hopefully Victor has a great birthday. He's heading down to Atlanta to celebrate at a concert. So what better way to celebrate a birthday, I guess. So.
I was about to say that doesn't surprise me that he's going to celebrate at a concert at all.
No, not at all. So
not one bit.
There was one thing last week I didn't get to touch on, and I'm gonna bring that up again because it was the interview went on and I forgot all about it. But January 30th, 1997 was the day Nonpoint was banned. So congratulations to those guys for 25 years of 26 years now.
26 years, yeah.
Being a band. So
yeah.
Still kicking around. And if you don't follow those guys, they have a new song coming out on Valentine's Day. So get ready for some new Nonpoint on February 14th. So
yeah.
Always cool.
Valentine's Day present for all of us.
Yeah. Of course, I already have a Valentine's plans. We actually have tickets to go see Parkway Drive that night. So we'll be talking about a show next week too. So
very cool. Yeah. Very, very cool.
And then just to before we get into the news and stuff, I do want to call out. I just got confirmation on another interview for March 4th, so we're piling them up.
Did you really?
Yeah. So I just got confirmation on that, and we do have another interview. No, it was through Facebook. So
okay, all right. Well, shit, that's cool.
But it's actually a band. It's actually a band that I did the album review on this week, so we'll talk about it more when we get to that.
Cool.
But,
all right.
but we do still have another band next week. Methane is going to be with us next week, so we're trying to put out as many interviews as we can to you guys. So I know it's more interesting to hear all that than it is to hear us babble on all for 3 hours
all the time. Yeah.
Yeah,
but yeah, we'll be.
It's a good change up, I think. So
it is. Yeah, it's nice.
Yeah,
but yeah,
I didn't really expect it to be this many in a row because these bands have just put out new albums, so I didn't know if they were touring or what was going on. Yeah. So I was just kind of reaching out to see what their availability was, and it just happened to work out to where it's it had to be 4 weeks in a row. So I skipped the weekend of the 24th or 25th.
Well, let's see. 24th. Today's the 11th. We got one next week, so it'll be the 25th.
25th. Yeah. So I skipped that weekend because that is my anniversary weekend. So I didn't want to. I didn't want.
You do not want to make the wife mad.
No. So we'll do our regular stuff then, so I can pack and be on the road Sunday morning. So
there you go. Well, that makes 100% sense. Yeah, that absolutely does. We'll be talking to Methane next week, talking about their new album, "Kill It with Fire," and all that good stuff. So.
Great album too, by the way. So.
Great album cover. I mean, we'll get into all of that. Yeah.
All right, I guess we can roll up into some metal news of the week.
Yeah. All right. Well, we'll start this week over at the PRP.com, and this one's kind of interesting. This is going to be one we'll have to keep our eye on for sure going forward. Thrash metal legends Megadeth have newly found themselves the defendant in a lawsuit. Artist Brent Elliott White has chosen to pursue legal action against the band, alleging they have yet to pay / credit him for various artwork he has provided for the band since being contacted by them in early 2020. According to The Hollywood Reporter, White provided the cover art for the band's latest album, The Sick, the Dying, and the Dead, and also came up with additional artwork for the band's stage production. However, according to White, he was contributing the artwork upon the understanding that compensation and a contract were in the works and would be finalized ahead of the album's release. He claims that he alerted the band's management prior to the reveal of any new music from the outing that he was still awaiting the contract / compensation for his artwork. He claims he was assured by management it would be sorted soon. By the time the album itself was released last September, White claims that an agreement for his artwork had still yet to be reached. Per his complaint, White is thus suing Megadeth and UMG for copyright infringement under New York's Freelance Isn't Free Act. He is further seeking the court to impose an injunction against the band from using his artwork and seeking damages and disgorgement of profits already generated from usage of his artwork. So yeah, we're definitely gonna have to see where this one goes. So I don't know if
interesting.
yeah. So I mean, I definitely don't know all the ins and outs of the legal aspects of all that. So
It's just odd it's just odd that if he did the cover that he hadn't gotten paid. That's kind of weird, especially coming from a band like Megadeth. It's like, really?
Right.
And of course, with Megadeth being as big as they are, they have people that handle all that too. So somebody
that's
has
the
to drop
thing
the ball there. So
yeah, I would definitely say somebody dropped the ball on Megadeth's camp, and I'm definitely not trying to blame the artist here, but if it's me, I would be like, you're gonna pay me first. So, but definitely not blaming the artist, not at all. So I mean, it's a very, very well done cover.
Well, yeah, man,
if he's entitled to
he's entitled to the compensation, then he needs to be paid. So
yeah, absolutely. So I don't necessarily see this thing dragging out forever. I don't necessarily see it, getting getting embroiled in animosity or anything. So hopefully it's just kind of like a clerical oversight or something. But yeah, I mean, get the artist, get him paid.
Mm-hmm. All right, my first story is over from Loudwire. This is kind of a story that we like to hear from different views from different artists about this thing. We actually ask this question a lot, so it's great to hear a bigger band take on it. So a lot of musicians have admitted over the years that becoming successful has changed their lives a lot. Godsmack Surly Erna, though, thoroughly described how much his life changed outside of his wealth and added that finding success distorts your reality. Godsmack formed in Massachusetts in 1995 and started gaining a following in the Boston area by playing shows and becoming acquainted with the local rock radio station WAAF. By the time they released their self-titled major label and debut in 1998, their songs had already been making the airwaves. During an interview with 98 KUPD's The Shandman, Erna was asked about realizations he's had throughout his career as he went from being in a garage band to a household name with a lot of commercial success. Once you step into the ladder of climbing to the top in the big leagues, I remember the first thing that I kind of learned was that it distorts your reality, the frontman recalled. And what I mean by that is when you're a young band and you're doing the grind and playing the circuit and trying to get a deal, and you have this group of friends and you all hang out and they support you on the weekends with your gig, and you go home and you have beers with them and shoot pool at the bar, all those things are normal. And then when you go to your job and you go to rehearsal at night, that's your reality. Erna added that becoming a rock star is nothing but a fantasy at the time. But then as that actually starts to happen, your idea of reality is basically flipped upside down, especially when the band plays shows multiple nights in a row without a break. You do that for 2 or 3 years in a row, you just become a robot. And then when you go home, all the things that used to seem normal to you are foreign, he continued. And you go to a bar and you see the same group of guys and friends that you would hang out with, and all of a sudden they kind of act and treat you a little different. It's like a little bit of a standoff. You're staring at them, they're looking at you, and they expect you to be this thing now because they've now seen you for the last so many years on MTV or in articles and on videos. The behavior changes. The singer believes he and his bandmates have remained mostly humble throughout their journey, and as a result, their lives have become normal again. You eventually learn who your circle is and your family and your friends. And we've been in that place for a while now, where we just have a great support team around us and a good family and friends and kids and all that stuff. And we do our job, we go out there and we enjoy what we do. We've been blessed to be able to have a career that we love, and we can actually make some money at it. So all things are good now and have been for a long time. Godsmack's 8th album, Lighten Up the Sky, is due out February 24th and will apparently be their final full-length release. Though the band plans to continue touring over the years, they feel satisfied with their discography at this point and would prefer to continue celebrating all the hits they put out as opposed to releasing more new ones. So there you go. So not going to be the end of Godsmack, just the end of new music. So
yeah, and I wouldn't even 100% bet against there being a freaking single that comes out every once in a while. But you can never say never, of course, but
right.
But
I mean, you're looking at the band's coming up on 30 years. So I mean, so that's a long time, to be in a band, and like you said, on the road so much and all that, taking time away from your family and all that stuff. So it's kind of understandable that they want to get back to just doing a tour, every once in a while, and then being at home more. So
right, yeah. Everyone wants to at some point be able to kind of chill out a little bit more. So I definitely kind of understand that. So, and then if they decide they decide they're going to keep touring, which they will, they can basically dictate their own calendar. Which I think in a perfect world, everyone kind of wants to end up being able to dictate when they work and how much and for how long, and it's all all this other stuff. So they've kind of gotten to the point where they can kind of call their own shots. I mean, who would blame them? I sure as hell don't.
Well, I mean, it's kind of like not to bring and mix this up again, but the Undertaker in wrestling, they've kind of approached him about doing other things, and he says no because he realizes he missed a lot with his older kids because he was on the road a lot, didn't get to be at home a lot. So now that his younger kids, he's like, I'm at the age where I want to be there for them and not be on the road all the time. So he realizes he missed out on some things, and that's part of the sacrifices you make to build your fortune for your family. So
right. Everything costs something. That's for sure.
And I would almost go out on a limb and say that's going to be kids that probably don't get bullied in high school too.
Well, yeah.
My dad's the Undertaker. Oh shit,
right. Yeah, we don't want to mess with Mr. Calloway, So. I mean, hell, one of his personas was Mean Mark Calloway. So I mean.
Yep, there you go.
All right, going over to Blabbermouth for a few here. We dive into a little bit of philanthropy. Metallica and its All Within My Hands Foundation ended 2022 on a deafening high note as its third Helping Hands concert and auction raised approximately $3 million, 100% of which will go directly to All Within My Hands efforts supporting workforce education, the fight against hunger, disaster relief, and other critical local services. Taking place December 16th of 2022 at the Microsoft Theater in LA, the Helping Hands benefit event was hosted by Jimmy Kimmel and streamed live on Paramount Plus. Leaders from 6 nonprofit organizations took the stage between sets from Greta Van Fleet, a guest appearance from St. Vincent, and hosts of the evening Metallica, who were introduced by none other than Robert Downey Jr. Quote, the funds raised from the Helping Hands concert and auction will have a lasting impact on All Within My Hands' ability to grow our Metallica Scholars Initiative, combat hunger, and aid in response to natural disasters, said Peter Del Grosso, executive director of All Within My Hands. The quote, the Los Angeles event was the largest fundraiser in our history, and we profoundly appreciate the generosity of everyone involved. We could not have achieved these results otherwise, end quote. As part of the Helping Hands concert and auction, All Within My Hands honored several mission-aligned organizations and provided grants to each to donate additional resources, including Baby to Baby, First Star, Feeding America, World Central Kitchen, Mike Rowe Works Foundation, and the Skate Park Project. Additionally, the first donations generated by 2021's The Metallica Blacklist compilation have been made, totaling over $1 million. So I kind of hope everybody who, keeps giving these celebrities and these bands shit for not, giving enough money to charity. Hopefully $4 million cumulative total is enough to kind of shut them up.
No, it won't. Yeah, it won't be enough for some people.
Yeah. So,
but they have 300 million.
Yeah. Well, hell, hate to tell you, they have more than that, but
yeah. Well, yeah.
They have more than that. Yeah. Oh, of course we do.
I mean, you can't give it all away at once. I mean, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
You have to.
Well,
you
and
know,
I mean,
you
and
only,
you shouldn't have to
From
give it all away. So I mean,
well, no, because from a
if you
business
choose to,
perspective,
it's fine.
from a business perspective, you want to give some away because that kind of helps you with taxes and stuff. But
Well,
I mean, you're not, you're not
there's
gonna,
that, but
you don't want to give like everything away. I mean, because then you don't have that tax liability the next few years. But, anyway,
well, yeah.
people just wish they had $300 million, which I'm one of them, but still.
Yeah.
I think we would have a big production of this instead of
much bigger.
Being in our living rooms and bedrooms or whatever.
You can
Anyway.
you can sign me up. Yeah, you can sign me up for that problem of having $300 million.
Right. Yeah. Or hell, $3 million at this point. I don't even, I ain't even that greedy.
300,000 would be fine.
Yeah. Anyway, over at Metal Hammer, this one's a real short one. But Eddie from his Power Slave era and now the company behind the creation have turned once again to the Maiden mascot for inspiration. This time, however, Burned by Design Ltd. have gone all in using their smithing skills to come up with Metal Eddie Ice Bucket with our Undead Heroes visage taken from the cover of the band's Seventh Son of a Seventh Son album cover from 1988. So this summer you can play with Madness and I like the little play on there. It was pretty cool. In the back garden, safe in the knowledge that your trooper beers will be chilled and ready to go at least 2 minutes to midnight. Oh, they just threw a bunch of them in there.
Yeah, they did.
Burned by Designs Ltd. stressed that due to the fact all their products are handcrafted and built to order, there will be a 4 to 5 month wait until you can get your hands on it. But on the plus side, that'll take you straight into summer when a chilled brew or two will be most needed. The UK-based company have a huge range of brilliant metal items, all beautifully welded and casted and for sale through their Etsy page, including a Trooper Eddie Fire Stoker, which I think we've seen that one before last year when we were talking about that. A Motorhead Snaggletooth Fire Pit, and an R2D2 Wood Burner. Lots of stuff to order from those guys over there at Burned by Design. Yeah, there's the ice maker there. Pretty cool.
Yeah, that's
you never go wrong with an Edis.
Well,
yeah, man, it's crazy that the blacksmith skills these guys got, man. This be cool to have a revolver and like Eddie be on the butt of the gun or something. That'd be cool.
I definitely wouldn't be able to do that at all. I'm going to just shut that window down. Oh, that's stupid. Got to wait for all the dumbass ads to load on it. So
yeah.
All right. Yeah. You ever notice how all the ads load fine, but then the content takes a long time to fucking
it's like ain't that amazing how that works?
Yeah.
Maybe we need to find a outlet where Loudwire and them advertise on it. Then we can get all their content faster.
There you go. Yeah, there you go. Right. Yeah, absolutely. It's so crazy, it just might work. All right, staying at Blabbermouth. Zakk Wylde will be selling his staged played electric guitars on Pantera's upcoming U.S. tour as part of the deluxe stage played VIP upgrade package, which is available via SoundDrink. Fans can have their photos taken with Zakk, get their guitars signed, and chat with the longtime Ozzy Osbourne guitarist and Black Label Society frontman. The packages, which are currently listed at $32.50, no, that's not 32.50, that's 3,250, include the Wild Audio Barbarian guitar and a choice of 3 finishes: Orange Buzzsaw, Genesis Bullseye, and Purple Blizzard. In a recent interview with Guitar World, Wylde talked about his approach to playing the guitar leads originally performed by Pantera's founding axeman, the late Dimebag Darrell Abbott. He said, quote, "It's inevitable I will end up sounding like me. If Dime was playing with Oz and doing my stuff, it would sound like Dime playing the solo to No More Tears or Mama, I'm Coming Home. It would be Dime's vibrato, Dime's tone. It would sound like him playing my stuff. Even if he did it note for note, it would sound like him because that's his sound." You know what I mean? So, yeah, we're having a blast out there playing these songs. I'm just honored I get a chance to pay tribute to the brothers. It's a pretty special thing that's happening right now. I can't say I have a favorite song or solo, though. Just like when I'm playing with Oz, I enjoy the whole thing. I love all of it and any of it, from the first note we play to the last note we play. It's all awesome. So, you got an extra, laying around, you have a chance to get one of Zakk Wylde's guitars. So, which all in all, as far as like VIP packages go, and paying for a stage played guitar, I guess in the grand scheme of things, $3,250 actually isn't really
not that bad. Yeah,
all that bad. Not really.
I'm sure people spend that
$3,250 $3,250 can get you a hoodie, from Rammstein, or you can get like
two of them,
or however much those things were.
I think they were like $1,500 a piece or some shit. Yeah,
something like that.
Crazy.
So, the fucked up thing is they sold every one of them. So
yeah.
Good.
All right,
band,
this one
but
over.
Yeah, so I mean, go snag you a Zakk Wylde guitar.
All right, this one's over from Metal Injection. I know I'm going to kill some of these names, so pardon me. But former Children of Bottom drummer Jaska Radikainen, bassist Henry Hinka T. Blacksmith Sapala, and keyboardist Yane Werman have announced they're working on a book chronicling the band's history. The book doesn't appear to have a name just yet, but you can sign up for future notifications regarding its release and pre-orders at www.childrenofbottombook.com. Pretty simple. Right to the point, right? Since we stopped making music and suffered the tragic loss of our brother Alexei, we've been remembering so many great times that we had together, said Children of Bottom in the description. In 2023, it will be the 30 years since Alexei and Jaska formed the band, and the time is right for us to create the book, which tells the story of Children of Bottom in our words, and includes lots of photographs never before published from our own collections, which is pretty cool. I like that they're putting their personal pics in there and not having some guy get credit for taking pictures for, which I mean that's cool, but you've seen all those, so it's kind of like cool that you're going to see some new stuff. If you want to be part of this Children of Bottom project, please sign up. You won't get any unwanted emails, but you will be kept informed about the progress of how the book is shaping up, and you'll get access to special offers that will only be available to people who sign up there. Children of Bottom broke up in 2019 after one final show at the Helsinki Ice Hall, which kind of fits in with our guest today. So cool. Sapala, Werman, and Radikainen departed Children of Bottom, while frontman Alexei Leho and guitarist Daniel Freiberg would go on to form Bottom after midnight. Leho would sadly pass away in 2020, marking the end of Children of Bottom. The remaining members of Children of Bottom, alongside Leho's estate, recently announced they're working on the releasing the Helsinki Ice Hall show as a live album, and have previously sought fan-submitted photos. The trio responsible for the book had also opened the Bottom Bar and Sauna on November 10th, 2022 in Espoo, Finland. The establishment also includes a museum-type display of gear and memorabilia throughout Children of Bottom's lengthy career. So, hey, that'd be pretty cool to visit sometime, maybe. So, but yeah, so a lot of stuff going on with Children of Bottom. Hopefully, that'll be out. I'm sure that book will be out sometime this year. So,
oh yeah, probably. Well, we'll definitely keep our eyes open for that. We'll let you.
Yeah, well, we'll update it when they actually decide on a release date. So.
Oh yeah, absolutely. All right, and it wouldn't be a week on this show if we didn't talk about a change in a band's lineup. So it seems to be a running theme here lately. But hey, at least
it's a lot better. It's a lot better than posting a death. I mean,
right? Yeah, I was just about to say, at least we didn't lose anybody, so that's good. All right. Over at Blabbermouth, original Violence drummer Perry Strickland has officially left the influential San Francisco Bay Area thrash metal band. Earlier today, that being February 8th, so a few days ago. Earlier today, Strickland took to his Instagram to share a video of him performing with Violence, and he captioned it, quote, "I'll miss playing these songs," end quote. After one fan asked Perry in the comments to clarify whether he has in fact exited the group, Strickland responded, "Yes, about a month ago. Among the people reacting to Strickland's announcement was former Overkill and Violence guitarist Bobby Gustafson, who wrote, quote, "Good luck with whatever you do in the future. We had some good times finally," end quote. It is not presently clear who will sit behind the drum kit for Violence going forward. The band is scheduled to play at the Whiskey A Go-Go in West Hollywood, California on February 25th, to be followed by dates in Asia, Australia, and New Zealand in early March. Gustafson joined Violence in January of 2020 as the replacement for Ray Vegas, but announced his departure from the band last October. At the time, Violence cited, quote, "logistical difficulties that weigh too heavy to function in a productive manner," end quote, as the reason for the split with Bobby. In March of 2022, Violence released a new LP, Let the World Burn, which was very, very good, via Metal Blade Records. The 5-song collection, Violence's first original release since 1993's Nothing to Gain, was tracked at Trident Studios in Pacheco, California by Juan Ortega, mixed by Tu Manson and mastered by Ted Jensen. Formed in 1985, Violence helped define and refine what came to be known as the Bay Area sound, dropping 3 seminal albums before splitting in 1993, leaving behind a heady legacy. They reformed briefly a couple times in the intervening years before becoming a full-time group, intervening years before coming a full-time going concern once more in 2019. All right, that sentence is typed up weird. After playing a string of successful shows, the quintet started to think about new music and delivered Let the World Burn, showcasing their first new material in 29 years. And there was a little bit of a follow-up to that, to this story. Apparently there's some question as to whether or not he quit, whether he got fired. Apparently some people were trying to figure out exactly what happened in the band, whether or not he just up and quit, whether or not he got fired. So I don't know kind of exactly what's going on with that. So, but apparently from what I understand, it wasn't anything, it wasn't any sort of animosity going on. So let me see if I can find the story real quick, because I think I actually just had it. Hang on. I think I just laid my eyes on it. Hang on. Oh, shit, where'd it go? Yep, there it is right there. Hang on. Let's see. Violence confirms Perry Strickland's departure, but claims that the drummer, quote unquote, didn't quit. Let's see. After one fan asked Perry to comment, okay, let's see. Earlier today, which was February 9th, so this came out a day after. Earlier today, one day after the Blabbermouth posted a story about Strickland's exit, Violence took to Instagram to share a post for the band's upcoming Asian tour dates and captioned it, "Nobody quit Violence, #Blabbermouth." When one fan responded, "Perry says different," the Violence account doubled down with, "Like I said, nobody quit Violence." After another fan wrote, "Well, he did," in reference to Perry quitting Violence, to which Violence responded, "No, he didn't. He is no longer in the band." So I don't know exactly. They didn't really expound on that. So I'm not 100% sure, like I say, what happened.
So
we find out, we'll let you guys know. So
it's almost sounds like one of the things where you get called in to get fired and you quit before you get fired, maybe, or something. I don't know. It's kind of a wild situation, I guess. All right, so this is my last story here. This one over from Metal Sucks. So if you're planning on spending this coming weekend watching nearly 40 bands take the stage at O2 Academy in Birmingham this weekend, you may want to temper your expectations or demand a refund, as issues surrounding the festival's organizers have a huge swath of the bands to drop off the bill. As of this writing, only 17 of the original bill 35 bands are still scheduled to play. Bands like Dekisus, Divine Chaos, King Creature, The Ingester, Monasteries, and more announced via social media over the last couple of days, announcing that they would not be participating in the weekend's festival. According to numerous sources, the festival's organizers, HRH, have allegedly been playing the things a little fast and loose when it comes to things like paying bands and promoting bands that either canceled months ago or falsely stating bands were committed when they weren't, or making smaller bands pay for a hotel room and other shady practices. As for the fan experience, apparently there are issues regarding getting refunds as well. Though they're not the only band to post their reasoning on social media, Dekesis said they were deeply concerned about all the controversy surrounding Hammerfest. We've been through the statements and comments surrounding Hammerfest coming in from artists and fans alike together. And after assessing the situation, we have made the unanimous decision to pull out of Saturday's show at Hammerfest, canceling a festival appearance after weeks of preparation that we are fully able to and ready to play is not something we take lightly. And we can only offer our most sincere apologies to those of you who have bought tickets and were looking forward to seeing us this weekend. Sometimes the right thing to do isn't necessarily the easiest thing to do. We know we will be letting some of our biggest supporters down, but our values lie in supporting our musical community, and ultimately we believe artists, whether they are signed, independent, or unsigned, deserve to be paid for their contributions and work fairly. I agree wholeheartedly. We also believe in
somebody else who agrees too.
Yeah, we also believe in transparent ticketing and terms for the audience, and have heard many of you about outstanding refunds and other ongoing ticket issues. Dekesis therefore cannot support and work with a franchise that is clearly not upholding these same beliefs. We hope you understand that sometimes solidarity is needed to pave the way for a better and fairer future. According to a Facebook post by a Forest of Stars, who had been scheduled to play the festival at one point, but then decided against it because they hadn't yet been paid for a past gig they did for HRH. As it came to light surrounding several artists canceling at Hammerfest due to issues with compensation, we wanted to add our own experience to the public forum. A Forest of Stars were not paid by the organizers for a recent event at Hard Rock Hell Vikings in Sheffield in December of 2022, and are aware of other acts at the concert, as well as others from previous events who had the same experience. Continued existence and financial viability is hard enough for most active artists, and while we have not lost out to the extent of flight costs, etc., in this case, we have been in contact with artists this has had the material impact for. For ourselves, this has prevented us from following on our plans that we were planning on organizing around now. This also impacts fans of music who just wanted to watch some of their favorite metal acts without the threat of cancellation due to an unstable pyramid scheme playing out behind closed doors. We had considered a stronger statement that named the individuals responsible, but have resolved against that. Problems like this happen from time to time, but are usually resolved in private and in good faith. We see no path towards this matter being resolved at this point, however. This is all against a backdrop of other excellent and honest UK and European-based promoters and organizers who we tip our hat to and thank for their hard work. Similarly, Prometheum posted their sentiments online earlier this week, pointing out that the bands continue to face enough hardships on tour these days that they are standing in solidarity with the other bands that dropped off. For the last 24 hours, we have watched the whole HRH thing unfold and see so many bands pull out. Although sad, it shows how important it is that bands stand up for their rights. The music industry is tough as it is, and to see such a big united front actually stand up and say enough is enough is something that Prometheum agree with, and as such, we will no longer be playing HRH this weekend. That's a big loss because, I mean, they're probably one of the bigger bands there. So we are gutted as we had prepared an awesome set of songs from the new album and couldn't wait to debut them and bring the metal. We salute each and every band who has stood up to these issues we have known about for so long. Every band should hold their head high and be proud of what they have done to those who have taken advantage. Organizers HRH have yet to release a statement on the issue, but if you were planning on attending Hammerfest UK this weekend, you may want to figure out if you can get a refund or look for something else to do. So, unfortunately, that's not a good sign for those organizers. It's
Nope. Well, I mean, you kind of like create your own issue when you're screwing around with people's money, man. I mean, you can't be doing that shit like ever. You shouldn't be doing it at all. But I mean, especially nowadays with everything that's going on in the world, you know, I mean, you just do what's right. Do what you promised. I mean, if you promised to pay these bands to come play the festival, pay them their money. They're doing what they need to do to get to the show. Pay them for, pay them. All this shady shit going on in the world nowadays. I mean, this is just one more thing that, we don't need to mess with, is bands not getting paid, and then fans having to get refunds and then, they run the risk of not getting their money back. So, I mean, it's ridiculous.
I know in a fan perspective, that's kind of frustrating, especially if, like I said, you bought a ticket to see certain bands and now they're not there, then I mean, that kind of sucks if you can't get your money back. But
yeah, and then especially if you've had like your hands on these tickets for like 6-8 months ahead of time, you're looking forward to this event, and now all of a sudden it's well, at best it's not the same event that you bought tickets for. At worst, that the event doesn't get to go ahead at all. So I mean,
like I said, it's going to depend on
so many people affected by it.
Yeah, it's going to depend on what these organizers do to make it right. If they do make it right, if not, then I don't see this being something we talk about on the Hitting the Road segment going forward.
Right. Well, and if they don't make it right, I mean, hell, you're looking at a possible class action lawsuit too. So.
Well, yeah, true, yeah.
Ace said she needs some festivals in her life. She feels like the last few years messed up her flow.
Well, don't go to the Blue Ridge. So.
Jason could tell you not to go there, but go to the Danny Wimmer ones. Those are the good ones.
Yeah, there you go.
All right. Well, I've got my last one over at the PRP, and this is actually like a follow up from one that I reported on. I can't remember if it was earlier this year, or if it was at the end of 2022, but I know I remember talking about this once. So, having recently pondered hanging it up, British metal extremists Anal Nathrak have announced their decision to remain a somewhat active band, albeit with some caveats. The live absence of multi-instrumentalist Mick Kenny will continue going forward. Speaking this past Thursday, February 2nd on the matter, the outfit stated, quote, "This cannot and will not be the end. Following the success of the show with Psy and De Profundis in December, and that's when it was, December, and with minimal desire to gush, the response from fans, we have decided that we will keep the London live lineup together and play a limited few more shows in 2023. There's just too much endarkenment, too much unfinished business, and too much visceral thrill, both for us and hopefully for fans, not to. As before, Mick's schedule means that he can't be there. Though to be clear, he's completely on board with the plan. So we will be in a situation vaguely similar to Immortal a few years ago, with the live band being an extension of, but not including all of, the studio band. Many people will not realize there's a difference. Many others will likely not really care. Okay, a stand-in live guitarist, that just happens sometimes, no big deal. But we are hopeful that even those who pay closer attention will, like that generously enthusiastic crowd in Scala, understand the idea and be able to get behind the shows. We're all only alive once. Let's burn a measure of our passion in the Anal Nathrak live crucible, end quote. The group followed it up by confirming a live appearance at the Damnation Festival, which will be held November 4th at the BEC Arena in Manchester, UK. That event will also see the likes of Amun-Ra, Ahab, Rotten Sound, and more performing. And Rotten Sound, I believe that's the band that Timu just referenced, Rotten Sound. So yeah, we have a band who thought about quitting and decided they're not going to quit. So they kind of made a little bit of a tweak to the live act, and they're going to move forward at least temporarily. So that's
good. That's good to hear. Yeah.
And Ace, and as far as the festivals go, Ace said, "LOL, nope, not going there. I trust your word."
I don't know where Ace is based out of, but I could probably hook her up with the ones closest to her. But
yeah. Well, Danny Wimmer, I mean, he's got a bunch of them going.
Well, that's what I'm saying. He's pretty much here, there, and everywhere.
Yeah, I guarantee you, he's got one that's probably not too far from where she's at. So,
well, I know Dan's in Philadelphia or something.
Dan's in Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania, yeah. Which I think the closest
Missouri. You're in Missouri.
she's in Missouri. In Missouri, yeah.
But she loves to travel.
Well, so
Well, if
with
she's
her,
in, if
she's got a couple of different options from there, I guess.
yeah, she does.
Yeah,
I mean,
actually,
hell,
she could swing on up to Kentucky and go to Louder Than Life as far as that goes.
yep, yeah, yeah. So yeah, she's got some that aren't too far away.
And Sonic Temple's back in Ohio this year, so got that.
Unfortunately, but
Yeah, Incarceration, that's in Ohio as well. So, you have any more stories or?
Nope, I don't have any. I've got one. I've got one thing that I might throw into the headlines if you didn't grab it. But other than that, those are my full stories.
All right. So the other headlines that I have: Primal Fears to release a new album, Code Red, in September. So more new music to look forward to there. So
Hell yeah, I'm excited for that.
Yeah. Graham Bonnet says he has written 6 new songs with Arch Enemy's Jeff Loomis. So
That will be interesting.
yeah, definitely. Killswitch Engage's next album is almost demoed out, says Jesse Leach. So, man, that's looking like we might get a summer release for that. That's going to be
That'll be fun.
Awesome. They're demoing it out now. I would say within the next 3 months, it's probably going to be hitting. So, then we got Power Hour Rock Talk series is going to debut on AXS TV. If you're not familiar with that, that's I just forgot his last name, Matt from MTV.
Matt Pinfield.
Yeah, Pinfield. There you go.
Matt Pinfield.
I knew it started with a P and it didn't hit. I was like, it's P something. Yeah, so that's Matt Pinfield's deal from MTV. So he's going to actually be on the AXS TV now. So that's pretty cool. Getting some TV time instead of radio time, I guess. Queensryche singer and longtime cigarette smoker Todd LaTorre hasn't had a cigarette in over a month, so good for him. Hopefully, he keeps that pace up for the sake of his voice and stuff. If anything else, because we know how that stuff's kind of hard on you. Unless you're Lemmy Kilmister and don't care, but
Right. Yeah.
Cigarette in one hand, whiskey in the other. So
that's right.
Dave Mustaine has said he wants to collaborate with Body Count once again, according to Ice-T. So we may see a collaboration, maybe on a Body Count album this time. Who knows?
See, that would be cool.
So Static X announces release date for Project Regeneration Volume 2 and shares a cover of Nine Inch Nails song Terrible Lie. So looking for some new Static X Regeneration stuff. There you go. Coming soon. Ozzy Osbourne takes home Grammys in rock and metal categories, so congrats to Ozzy there. We kind of touched on that a little bit earlier, but
yep,
and they were not televised. I thought somebody said they were. But
I don't know if they were or not. I mean, I would hope so, but I have no idea.
I think they were because somebody was like, I think somebody posted said, yeah, they weren't going to deny Ozzy. So, so it's a pretty cool that if that did happen. I didn't watch it because, like I said, the Grammys.
I didn't either.
All those shows kind of disrespect what we kind of live for. So it's kind of like why bother. But congrats to Ozzy. At least he got his award. So Foo Fighters rumored to release a new album next month, which is kind of crazy.
I saw that. Yeah.
I don't know if that's something pre-recorded from Taylor or if what's going to happen there, but kind of interesting.
I
Gary Hope.
Bet there's at least some on there.
Well, I'm pretty sure. I think they were writing anyway whenever they did the Dream Widow thing. So I think they were already writing for a new Foo Fighters album. I think that was the whole purpose of doing the movie was to show that the writing issues with the new albums and then come out with a new album.
I think so.
It's kind of a play on from Dave Grohl, which is kind of not odd to hear. Gary Holtz writing a new Exodus after the tour, which I think we posted something about that where he had like, what was it, 1,000 or something?
Yeah, 1,000. It says he's got 1,000 riffs.
Yeah, 1,000 riffs ready to go, and I said, well, that's like 4 Exodus songs.
4 songs, yeah.
Fast and Furious, man. That's how we like it.
Shit, yeah.
A Black Sabbath-inspired ballet is coming to the stages in UK this fall. Then, of course, Tommy Lee is trending again with posting his genitals on social media. Like we need to see it anymore. I mean,
no, we don't.
It's kind of a dick move, but
Yeah, it's pretty nuts that he did that.
We need a wow back. We need a wow.
Yeah, we did.
Dream Theater Finland show canceled on short notice over stage safety concerns. I did read into that. It was something about they were afraid that the weight wouldn't hold the Dream Theater's rig, so so they had to cancel the show for that, which is kind of crazy. I mean, if you think, I mean, who like does this? Do they not like get specs and everything before they build a stage? I don't understand that. That's kind of crazy to me.
I don't. Yeah, I don't know.
So how much does your shit weigh? Because I want to build it to where it holds it. I mean, that's kind of the thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm glad that they're doing this kind of thing, because I don't think back in the day they would have cared quite as much for like structural integrity and so that, I think they would have been like, let's just, I mean, it looks fine, we'll go. I'm glad that they're paying attention to this kind of stuff now. So I mean, obviously you don't want to see it, but
there was a story a few years back about a stage falling, right? I can't remember who was.
Yeah,
who it was,
I know exactly what you're talking about, and I can't remember where the hell it was.
So maybe that's something that they're taking into consideration now. So,
man, without looking it up, I am not promising that this is right. I'm wanting to say it was in Mexico.
Maybe so. It could have been.
Maybe.
It wasn't another country. I do remember that. But
yeah, it was another country. Yeah, but yeah, please don't quote me on that. But for some reason, I'm wanting to say it was at at a show in Mexico or something. And I think it was because of high winds and then the stage collapsed, if I remember correctly.
Right. I think that could be right. Yeah.
Yeah, I think. But yeah.
Did I hit on what you were going to hit on, or?
Actually, no. The other thing I was going to hit on is I just wanted to kind of pull this up because they're because obviously with it there was did I come back? Kind of glitched for a second there, but there was another.
All right. Well, it's
Where's
not
that
me.
coming
It's not.
from?
Yeah, you're still
What
max
the
headroom.
hell was that?
Yeah,
that must have been a pop-up ad on this website, on this web page that I pulled. Yeah, hang on just a second. Yeah, glitches be tripping. Yeah, I know. That's fine. All right, no, there's a new Cliff Burton action figure that's out. So.
Oh yeah.
But instead of just getting into like a long-winded thing, I'm just going to show a picture of it real quick because it's very, very well done. Come on. Oh, there it is.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah. So,
got the Misfit shirt on.
It comes with. Yeah. Let's see. It's from Super 7. It's called The Major News of This Intricate Figure of the Major Rager himself. Let's see. It looks like it's going to be out later this year in the winter of 2023. It comes with 3 interchangeable heads, 1 noodle head, 1 screaming head, 1 head-banging head, 9 interchangeable hands, 1 flipping the bird, 2 fists, 2 gripping hands, 2 open hands, 2 bass playing hands, a bass guitar, a guitar strap, and a hammer. So there you go. Looks like it's, obviously they've got him like, standing on a monitor here, so it's posable and all that good stuff. Mm-hmm. So pretty damn cool.
Yeah, it is pretty cool.
Pretty cool. So yeah, that was the one thing I wanted to the headlines. So
cool. All right, well, we'll power forward here. Switch over to hitting the road here. There was a lot of stuff out this week, so I try to get the
good Lord, was there?
I try to get a lot of it so you didn't have to be a lone ranger on the, talking about 25 shows that come out.
Yeah,
my
there was a
contribution,
shit ton of stuff that came out this week.
yeah, my contribution was first off, Alter Bridge and Seven Dust announced a U.S. tour that begins on May 6th in Greensboro, North Carolina at the Piedmont Hall, and ends on together they ended on May 19th in Dothan, Alabama at the plant, but Alter Bridge will be at Welcome to Rockville on the 20th, of course, in Daytona, but Seven Dust will not be at that one. So they will be in a couple spots near us. They'll be in Chattanooga on the 14th at the Signal, which we've been to.
Yep, cool place.
It'd be interesting to see those guys. Seven Dust is always a good show. I've never seen Alter Bridge, which they're kind of I don't know. Alter Bridge is an acquired taste to me. They're kind of like Creed was. It's kind of like, they got some decent stuff, but then, would I go out of my way to go see them? No. I mean, if they were in Nashville with Seven Dust, I would probably try to go, but I'm not going to go to Chattanooga. But
I can agree.
Not me personally, but like I said, nothing wrong with them. I just, just not a band that I would travel with, I guess.
Mm-hmm. I got you.
So the next one I had here was Voivod and Imperial Triumph. Of course, this is Voivod's 40th anniversary tour. They kicked that off on May 9th in Asheville, North Carolina at the Orange Peel. That's Voivod only. And then they will end up on May 21st in Austin, Texas at Come and Take It. No dates near us, unfortunately. But anyway, that's a pretty cool tour. Pretty good lineup there. Then Whitechapel announced a U.S. tour with Archspire, Entheos, and Signs of the Swarm. That kicks off on April 14th at the Masquerade in Atlanta, and that ends in Nashville on May 13th at the Basement East. So I guess they're making a round trip so they can just go home and they're done done on the 13th.
Yeah.
So, then this one was a pretty big one that got announced. Disturbed announced a North American tour with Theory of a Dead Man, Breaking Benjamin, and Ginger, which that's a weird lineup, but anyway, they only have a couple shows with Theory of a Dead Man. I think they're mostly in Canada. That's on April 27th in Montreal, Quebec at the Bell Center, and then that ends on May 12th at Abbotsford, British Columbia at the Abbotsford Center. Then they kick off with Breaking Benjamin and Ginger on July the 11th in Denver, Colorado at the Ball Arena. And that ends on September 2nd in Noblesville, Indiana at the Ruoff Music Center, which that's a pretty hefty tour they're doing with Breaking Benjamin and Ginger. That's like a 2.5 month long tour there. So,
well, the funny thing about that one is it's kind of broken up a little bit. It's very, very strange. Because they, like you said, they start out with Theory of a Dead Man up in Canada, and then it's weird because the leg of the tour with Theory of a Dead Man, like you say, it ends May 12th, but then on May 4th and May 6th they're going to be with Falling in Reverse, Beartooth, and Dorothy in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and in St. Paul, Minnesota, and then. They start with Breaking Benjamin and Ginger in July, like you talked about, and then they have a date. They have one date in August where there are no acts that have been announced other than Disturbed. Then they're back on the road with Breaking Benjamin and Ginger. They have one date with just Ginger, and then they have dates at the very, very end with Breaking Benjamin and Ginger again. So it's very, very strange. It's a long tour with weird segments. So it was very strange. Yeah. But unfortunately, they don't come to Nashville at all.
Nowhere near us. So
so that's kind of weird.
I would definitely check out that show if they did. But
but
that was my contribution. So I guess I'll leave the rest to you. So
it's not too bad. All right. Well, leading off this week over at the PRP, like always, we have Vitriol and Wormwitch going on a tour of Canada starting March 30th in Vancouver, British Columbia at Wise Hall, finishing April 5th in Toronto, Ontario at the Garrison. Knotfest Australia 2023, some of the acts that are going to be on that show have announced some off-date dates of their own. Megadeth and In Flames will be performing March 21st in Adelaide at the Entertainment Centre Theatre, and on March 22nd in Melbourne at the Margaret Court Arena. Then we have Trivium, Amon Amarth, and Malevolence, who will be in Melbourne at the Forum on March 23rd and at Eaton's Hill Motel in Brisbane on March 28th. Then we have Spirit Box, Make Them Suffer, and Relica will be in Melbourne at the Forum on March 21st. Then Bad Omens will be in Brisbane at the Triffid on March 21st and at the Factory Theatre in Sydney on March 22nd. Cave In will be going on a very short tour of the Northeast starting April 6th in Hamden, Connecticut at the Space Ballroom featuring Light Tower. April 7th in Keene, New Hampshire at Nova Arts featuring Thalia Zedek. They will be in Brattleboro, Vermont on April 8th at the Stone Church featuring Barishi and Misery Whip. And on April 9th, they will be in Portland, Maine at the Portland House of Music featuring Mouth, Washington. Ministry, Gary Newman, and Frontline Assembly are going to be going out starting April 20th in Reno, Nevada at the Grand Sierra Resort, and will finish on May 11th in Billings, Montana at Pub Station. No Nashville date for that tour. Gojira is going to be going on a tour of Europe in June, starting June 6th in Amsterdam, Netherlands at the AFAS Arena, finishing June 27th in Tallinn, Estonia at the Noblessner Foundry. Our Home, and Traders have pulled out of Attila's upcoming European and UK tour. The new supporting acts are as follows. With For I Am King, that leg of the tour is going to be February 24th, which is just a couple weeks away in Arnhem, Netherlands at Wilhelmine, and we'll wrap up on February 26th in Paris, France at the Petit Bain. I hope I said that right. That's going to be Attila only. And then The City Is Yours will be opening for them starting February 27th in Birmingham, England at the Asylum, and we'll wrap up March 6th in Southampton, England at Engine Rooms. Then with Dropout Kings, Ghost Iris, and Stain the Canvas as openers, starting March 8th in Stuttgart, Germany at Im Weissman, finishing March 11th in Aarau, Switzerland at KIF. Then with Rising Insane as the opener, that date is going to be March 12th in Munich, Germany at the Backstage. Then with Skywalker opening March 13th in Vienna, Austria at Scene, finishing March 18th in Poznan, Poland at Ubezla. And then a couple more dates with Rising Insane again, starting March 19th in Leipzig, Germany at Taubechtenhall. Taubchenthal. I hope I said that right. I'm sorry, to all of our German friends here. Finishing March 25th in Dortmund, Germany at Junkyard. So again, this one kind of jumps around a little bit. One of those tours where it's not the same opening acts the whole way through. So then there's a little bit of good news on this next one that I liked to see. The Plot in You, Holding Absence, Thornhill, and Banks Arcade are going to be going out relatively soon, starting April 7th in New Haven, Connecticut at Toad's Place, and finishing on May 13th in Cincinnati at Bogart's. They will be in Nashville on April 18th at the East Side Bowl. And I don't know if you guys remember this, but there was a story we did not too long ago about the band Thornhill. They're the band who had $100,000 worth of their gear stolen out of their warehouse. Well, here they are. They're about to go out on tour. So hopefully that means that they've recouped some of their losses. So that's kind of some potential good news there. So I'm glad to see that they're able to get back out on the road. So good for them. Then we have the Cancer Bats and Trench going on a tour of Canada, specifically the province of Alberta, starting March 6th in Banff, Alberta at Mel's Mistake. It's Missteak. So I think it might be a steak joint, which is kind of clever. And then finishing on March 12th in Edmonton, Alberta at the Buckingham. Then we have Skinny Puppy going on their 40th anniversary tour with Lead into Gold as openers, starting April 6th in San Antonio, Texas at the Aztec Theater, finishing May 9th in Seattle, Washington at Neptune. No Nashville date there. Then Weed Eater is going to be going on tour. They've got a U.S. tour and then a UK and Ireland tour set up after that. The U.S. tour begins with Rebelmatic as the opener, starting February 22nd in Carrboro, North Carolina at the station, finishing March 3rd in Asheville, North Carolina at the Asheville Music Hall. Then Adam Fawcett and High Tone Son of a Bitch will be the openers, starting March 16th rather in Charleston, South Carolina at the Trolley Club, finishing April 2nd in Denver, Colorado at High Dive. Then with Adam Fawcett and Telekinetic Yeti, starting April 4th in Sioux Falls, South Dakota at Icon, to see at the Brickyard Bar and Grill, a place we know well. There's no Nashville date, but there is another Tennessee date, April 7th in Murfreesboro, Tennessee at Hop Springs. Then the nice. UK and Ireland tour. Yeah. So some dates nearby. Knoxville's obviously further away from us than Murfreesboro, but some dates in the area. Then the UK and Ireland tour will be with Mars Red Sky and Telekinetic Yeti, starting April 30th in Bournemouth, England at the Bear Cave, finishing May 5th in Manchester, England at Factory 251. In Heart's Wake is going on a 10th anniversary Australian tour in celebration of their Divination album with Stray from the Path, The Gloom in the Corner, and Diamond Construct. Those 5 dates will be April 28th in Sydney at the Metro Theatre, April 29th in Brisbane at the Fortune Music Hall, May 4th in Melbourne at Max Watts, May 5th in Adelaide at Unibar, and May 6th in Fremantle at Metropolis. Then we have Soul Glow, Cloudrat, and Backslider going out for a quick jog around the Northeast starting in March 3rd in Millersville, Pennsylvania at Phantom Powder, finishing March 12th in Washington, D.C. at Songbird, and no Nashville date there. I Hate God is going out on tour in honor of the 30th anniversary of their Take As Needed for Pain album. They will be on tour with Goat Whore starting April 8th in Atlanta, Georgia at Boggs, finishing April 30th in Tulsa, Oklahoma at the Rabbit Hole. That will be I Hate God only. No Nashville date there. Then we got No Mas, Cro-Mags, Ringworm, and Brat going on tour starting February 24th in Washington, D.C. at Comet Ping Pong. That's going to be No Mas and the Cro-Mags only, finishing March 18th in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania at the Preserving Underground. Okay. No Nashville date for that one, but they will be in Knoxville at the Brickyard Bar and Grill on February 26th, and they will be at Growlers in Memphis on March 13th. So a couple other Tennessee dates. We Came as Romans going to Europe and to the UK. The support acts for that tour are pending. That tour is going to be starting May 11th in Esch-sur-Alzette, Luxembourg at Rock Hall, finishing June 1st in Glasgow, Scotland at the Cat House. Then we have Necrogoblicon in Ferry, Ether Realm, and Hunt the Dinosaur going out starting May 9th in Phoenix, Arizona at the Nile Theater, finishing June 17th in LA at 1720. They will be in Nashville at the Basement East on May 15th. Then we go over to metalsucks.net for Conan and Thra, starting May 5th in Chicago, Illinois at Reggie's, finishing May 25th in Seattle, Washington at the Northwest Terror Fest. No Nashville date there. And last but not least, over at blabbermouth.net, Corrosion of Conformity is going to Europe in May, starting May 1st in Dublin, Ireland at the Academy, finishing May 21st in Brussels, Belgium at Botanique. So, like I say, a lot of stuff being announced here lately. So,
yeah.
But that is hitting the road for the 4th through the 10th. Yeah.
We still need a sound.
We need
some sound bites.
You get one of those. Those soundboards that Dan said that he just got. We'd be able to actually have those kind of sound effects on there if we needed them. So that'd be kind of funny.
All right. Yeah, it would be kind of funny. So, all right. I guess we will kick over into our metal theme of the week, which is going to be senses. Touch, taste, smell, hear, feel, all that good stuff. But I don't know about you, but I got pretty carried away with this one. So I'm going to apologize up front. So
no, that's fine.
I had like 16 on this one. So
okay, all right, that's fine.
I was going through it and I said, oh shit, I can stop now. Goddamn. some came to me, and then I did. Actually, what's so crazy is I go over to Encyclopedia Metalheads sometimes, and I'll just get like a name of like a song or something, and then I'll throw it in, and then it'll pop up a different band than what's on there. And it's so crazy because really, if you think about it, Encyclopedia Metalheads does not have every band included on there. I don't even think Ice Nine Kills or any of those guys are on Encyclopedia Metalheads. So
no, they aren't. So they're a great source. They're a really phenomenal source, but they do not have everything. But they'll get there.
Yeah, at some point. So. But like I said, it's still a good source. So at least if nothing else, I got, you get like an idea of a song, or, sometimes I'll see a song, kind of similar to what I pick on there. And I'm like, oh shit, I remember that song. And I'll go back and like just add it from just getting triggered by looking at something over there. So, but here's my contributions this week to the Metal Theme Senses. First one I took was Avatar, Smells Like a Freak Show from the Black Waltz 2012. This one's kind of a band that I don't usually put on this list, but this is a good song. So I took Hollywood Undead, Hear Me Now from the American Tragedy 2011. Then I went with Of Mice and Men, Taste of Regret from Earth and Sky 2019. Then I went with Mushroom Head, Sing It All from A Wonderful Life in 2020. Onslaught, Addicted to the Smell of Death from Generation Antichrist 2020. Talked about that album earlier. So then I went with Striper, See No Evil, Hear No Evil from the Final Battle of 2022. Then I went with Spirit Adrift, Hear Her from Divided by Darkness in 2019. Went with Soil Work, Death I Hear You Calling from Over Given Heaton from 2022, which was a great album, by the way.
It was really good.
Actually, I don't even know if I mentioned that one last year in the reviews, which is kind of, I may have, I don't know. So, anyway, then I went with Suicidal Tendencies, Nobody Hears from The Art of Rebellion 1992. Then I went with Shadows Fall, The Taste of Fear from Retribution 2009. Then I went with Crowbar, The Taste of Dying from Symmetry and Black 2014. Then I went with Children of Bottom, The Taste of My Scythe from Follow the Reaper in 2000. This is a band that we don't normally talk about on here, and I don't know why, because they're great. But Straight Line Stitch, Taste of Ashes from When Skies Wash Ashore from 2008. Then I went with a band that I found just searching stuff. I was like, you just come up, and I said, I'm going to see what this sounds like, and I actually liked it, so adding it on.
There you go.
So it was Iron Driver, Smell of Perdition from that's the name of the album as well, Smell of Perdition from 2020. And then I went with Ozzy, Let Me Hear You Scream from Scream 2010. And then last but not least, I went with Five Finger Death Punch, Hard to See from War Is the Answer 2009. So there you go.
Nice. Yeah. Five duplicates this week.
Yeah. That's still not bad. Out of 16 songs, really.
No,
I mean,
that's not bad. I ended up with a list of 13. So, but it's still not too bad. And actually, I did something this week. I tried to not do, but I actually had multiple songs by multiple bands just because they were good songs that actually fit.
Right.
That actually fit the theme. And I actually listened to that song by Iron Driver. I actually listened to it. I didn't think it was gonna be on. I didn't think it was going to be on Spotify, so I didn't add it to my list. So if it's on there, if it's on Spotify, that's good because I actually listened to it too.
I do my list from Spotify. So if it's everything that I put on here is on there. So
okay, well that's good because that's actually a good song. I actually like that one too. All right, so theme of the week for me, leading off, I went with Blind by Korn off of their self-titled album from 1994. I went with Destroyer of Senses by Shadows Fall off The Art of Balance from 2002. Then I went with Taste of the Serpent by Dragoria off of their Dangerous Species album from 2022. Then I went with Blind by Trauma off of their album Awakening from 2022. Then I also had Taste of Fear by Shadows Fall off of Retribution from 2009. Then I went with One Touch by Avatar off Black Waltz from 2012. I went with Death Scent by Annihilator off of Suicide Society from 2015. Then, to no surprise at all, I also had Hear Her from Spirit Adrift off Divided by Darkness from 2019. Then I had The Sound of Violence by Onslaught off of Sounds of Violence from 2011. Then I had I Hear Black from Overkill off of the album of the same name from 1993. Then I had three more of the same ones as you. I had Addicted to the Smell of Death, Smells Like a Freak Show, and Let Me Hear You Scream. So
Cool.
So there we go.
That's gonna be that's gonna be a damn good playlist, man.
Yeah, well,
it really one of the better ones we put together.
Mm-hmm. I think so.
All right, we will switch over into album reviews then. So get that new music in for you this week. So
yes.
So I actually listened to a couple albums, but I listened to this one first. I listened to this one on Wednesday while I was working because it actually came out. Wednesday. It's a band called Lifeform. The album was Crimes. It actually, like I said, it actually came out a little earlier, so I was listening to it first. There's a couple other albums I listened to, and I thought, you know what? I said, you know what? I'm going to do the review on it because I actually listened to it first, and I think that that's probably going to be the better review out of the three that I listened to. So, and I also got an EP review too. So,
oh, cool.
Yeah.
All right.
Two first. And let me tell you something. Like EPs this year, I think is like, to me, the EPs have been better than than the albums this year. Man, some freaking great EPs this year. But I went Lifeform Crimes. This band hails from Boise, Idaho. They're heavily influenced by many different genres, not just rock. They lean toward the classic rock, 90s grunge, and 2000s bounce. Kind of a roller coaster of a sound. So I can definitely agree with that adjective there. So they have some heavy grooves, unique arrangements, volatile lyrical content, and angry, searing leads mixed seamlessly, making no subtle demonstration of the panorama of influences driving these specific Northwest musicians, which definitely describes what I heard. So the current members are Tony Albert on guitar and vocals, T.C. Armstrong on guitar vocals, Jay Arencevia, drums and vocals, Forrest Stewart, bass and vocals. So if you didn't catch that, I think every member of the band contribute to vocals on the album, which is pretty interesting. I don't think you hear that a lot, so that every member contributes to vocals. So not, maybe it's a Kiss thing. I don't know.
Maybe. Yeah.
So this is another band that's got a debut album. 10 songs, 53 minutes, 24 seconds. They have been in other bands, I do believe, previously, but this is their debut for this band. So, and like I said, I think the roller coaster description definitely fits best with this album. It kind of starts out with a Pantera vibe and then kind of shifts to a 10 Years, Breaking Benjamin, Cold sound. So it does take you on a little bit of a ride between genres, I think. Especially between like a hard rock, heavy metal, which we talk about how that line is kind of pretty
blurry.
distinct.
Yeah, a little blurry.
It can kind of go either way. So, but they kind of step back and forth across it, I think. So, I think the thing that I liked about this is like everything kind of complements each other. I guess as far as like instrumentally and vocally, it kind of like just kind of complements and meshes really, really well. But I'm going to give this one 4 horns. I did like it. It was a little different because I don't think you hear the Breaking Benjamin and 10 Years sound anymore with newer bands. I think it's kind of what stuck out to me was when you don't hear that sound as much with new bands. So like I said, these bands some bands got to carry on a sound once these other bands are gone, right? So why not?
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
And then I listened to this EP called from a band called View from the I don't know if it's Soyuz, Soyuz. Yeah, I know it. I know it was a Russian. It was a Russian satellite or missile or something. I don't remember. I was reading about that, and I was like, oh, that's pretty cool. But the EP was Immaculate. They are from Tokyo, Japan. They formed in 2021. So they had another EP out in 2021, and then of course this new EP. So which would interesting. I may reach out to this band because it'd be kind of interesting to talk to somebody from that country to see how the metal scene is in Japan. So,
yeah. Well, we could always ask Marty Friedman.
Yeah, there you go. Well, what's the chances of him coming on our show though?
Well, yeah, that's true.
We got current members are Shunsuke on drums, Nari on guitars, Masa on vocals, and Sima on bass. Looks like the bass is maybe newer. He may have joined after the first EP, so but everybody else has been there since the beginning. So this is the band's second EP. No full length yet, which I'm kind of after this one, I'm kind of excited to hear a full length from these guys. So, 5 songs, 19 minutes, 25 seconds. The first track was an instrumental, but it was 2 minutes, 43 seconds long. So, I mean, it kind of counts as a track to me because it was long enough to count. So, it's kind of like the old sex stories where the girls be like, "Oh, he only lasted 30 seconds. He don't count." So, but yeah, the get
Jesus Christ,
the guitar work on this album was freaking amazing, dude. Like I mean, I don't know what else to say. Like you have to listen to it, if nothing else, just for the guitar work in this album. I was just blown away by the guitar solos and stuff in this record was really, really good. And I think it had a good mix of death and metalcore vocals. So, to me, it's like I don't mind the death metal, but when they mix it like that, it makes it that much better because I don't like the common denominator of just the all guttural. So when they kind of mix it up, it gives it a different vibe, I think. So, and I really did like that they did that. It was kind of like, my comparison was, it was kind of like a Japanese In Flames because, I mean, it really was.
Oh, okay. All right.
So they did it really, really well. So overall, it was really well put together, I thought. So I'm going to give this one 4 horns as well. So check those guys out. Maybe, like I said, may reach out, try to get those guys on the show to try to get an idea of how things work over there. So, I don't know if you had a chance to listen to the new In Flames album, but dude,
no, not yet. I just
so
listened.
good.
I'm going to though, but I was more worried about doing the just the regular review. We always try to do new bands if we can. So, but I did hear the one song you added to the weekly playlist, which was which was awesome. So, I do plan on listening to it during the week, the new In Flames. But the only album I was able to get to, well, I take that back. I did listen to something else. I thought, hang on a second. Shit, I'll get to that in just a second because I could have swore there was something else that I started listening to. Anyway, the album that I went with this week, I went with the new album Echo Planet by a band called Negative Blast. They are a hardcore punk band formed in San Diego, California. Their lineup is this was because, of course, this being a punk band, they weren't on Encyclopedia Metallum, and it was really, really hard to find out information about this band. I went to so many different pages in Google. So, as far as I know, this is the current lineup: Alex Jacobelli on guitar, Pat Calloway on bass, Rainer on vocals, and Mario Rubalcaba on drums. As far as I know, that's the current lineup. This is their first LP. They've had 2 other demos. One was released in February of 21, and the other one was released in November of 2020. And this one was borderline an EP because it's only 8 tracks long and 19 minutes and 59 seconds. So it's a little bit of a bloated EP. It was a really quick listen, which was good because I don't like punk. I don't. I'm sorry. Actually, I'm not sorry because I mean it's just not for me. I mean, I'm not going to be like an asshole about it or anything, but
Mhm.
I just don't like punk. You know, the guitar riffs and the guitar riffs and the drum lines are just they're to me they're just basic and boring.
Mhm.
So I don't really like punk that much. The fact that this was hardcore punk helped a little bit because hardcore punk is a little bit heavier than just
Yeah.
regular old punk music. So, you know, but but it was only 20 minutes long. So, obviously I didn't die or anything like that. I got through it.
So is it more like a Rancid or Misfit type or?
It was probably more Rancid than anything. It wasn't hell, Misfits are heavier as far as I'm concerned, but so it was more Rancid,
Okay.
so but I'm only going to give it 2 horns out of 5 because, like I say, it was hardcore punk, so it was a little bit on the heavier side, but the normal foundations of punk were there. Just the basically 2 chords that just alternate between the 2, and the basic just keep time drum beats and stuff like that. So I mean, really nothing super duper intricate. And I know, Ace, I'm sorry. Like I say, I just. I'm sorry. Now I feel bad because I hurt Ace's feelings, but so punk is just never.
Well,
really,
that's the great thing about music, man. Everybody has their own taste in it. So
yeah, definitely to each their own. But Ace, if you are a punk fan, like I say, I would check this one out because, like I say, it is a little heavier. It is a little on the heavier side for a punk album. So you may want to check it out. Like I say, it's only 20 minutes long. You get through it real fast. And you're right. It would be boring if we all had the same taste. You are right. But yeah, it's just not really. And there were like no solos at all. I'm like, not even one, which it doesn't really matter like what genre it is. I'm not a fan of there not being any solos at all. So,
right.
But I will say I've definitely heard punk albums that I dislike more than this one. If you are a punk fan like Ace, I would recommend it to you, but not really my cup of tea, to be honest with you. So.
I mean, that's just like why we do this. I mean, there's albums that we're not going to agree with, but we put it out there for people that maybe do like it. I mean, to me, like last year was a big death metal year. Like there was so many death metal.
Really
so if you're a death metal fan last year, oh my God, you have plenty of stuff to choose from. But,
yeah,
we're not in that category, even though I did listen to some of them. But
yeah, let's see. I cannot, and I'm still wanting to say there was something else that I tried listening to off of yesterday's list, but I cannot remember for the life of me what it was. Oh well, okay. Well, yeah. If I think about it, maybe I'll do a write up or something on it. But I cannot remember for the life of me what it was. And I'm even looking at the list. I'm even looking at yesterday's list too, and nothing looks familiar. So,
all right, what we got for next week?
Yeah, for next week, February 17th, we have a pretty lengthy list, and we have one that I guarantee you and I are both going to be excited to listen to. So, getting into next Friday, February 17th, leading off, we have 66 Crusher with Limbo, Age of Ruin with Thieves. That's an EP. We have Aglo with Into the Maze. We have Ajana or Ayana. I'm not sure. It all depends on what language that's supposed to be in. With 13 Red Lakes. We have All My Shadows with Eerie Monsters. And then one I've been looking forward to for a while. We have Avatar with Dance Devil Dance. I think that album is going to be fucking phenomenal. We have, based on the single that came out, Jesus. Then we have Blizzard of Death with Everything Belongs to Death. Then we have Bry with Sem Proposito. We have Chris Rosander with The Monster Inside. We have Cry with 3 Weightless. Then we have Chakan with State of Confusion. That is a re-release. Then we have 5 re-releases from Dark Space. We have Dark Space 1, Dark Space 2, Dark Space 3, Dark Space -1. Then we have Dark Space 3, 1. If I'm reading these Roman numerals correctly, I think that's what it's supposed to be. Then we have Dead Soul Alliance with Spiraling to Lunacy. Then one for our here's one for our death metal fans. We have Deicide with Bible Bashers. We have Deprivation with 4, Letum or Leadum, I'm not sure. We have Despised with Scorched Earth, Dusk with Spectrums, Enbor Arnasa with a self-titled album, Enisum with Forgotten Mountains, An Evening with Knives with FNR Sessions, The Flying Caravan with I Just Want to Break Even, Don't We All? We have First Signal with Patient Fears. We have Grandma's Ashes with This Too Shall Pass. Grave Huffer, one of the bands that was at the Tennessee Metal Devastation Festival.
Yeah.
Which, hey, before I forget, before we finish the show today, I want to talk about that real quick. Grave Huffer with Depart from So Much Evil. Half Me with Soma. Hail the Void with Memento Mori. Hell Ripper with Warlocks Grim and Withered Hags. Hexer with Abyssal. Holland Tour with what's that?
Victor, I love that Hell Ripper.
The Hell Ripper? Yeah, I know. Holland Tour with Divergency. Horrible Earth with Weakened by Civilization. Jack Harlan and the Dead Crows with Hail to the Underground. Kronheim with Journey to Divinity. Last Legion with Metal, Blood, and Asuka. Man Must Die with the Pain Behind It All. Misanthropic Torment with Ecdesis. Misbehavior with Heart of Midwinter. That is a re-release. Mordcall with Feeding the Machine Part 1. Motley Crue with Crucial Crew, the studio albums 81 to 89. Owl with Geomancy. Parasidio with Everything Belongs to Death. Wait a minute. Hang on. Okay, that's the second. That had me messed up because that's the second album on this list this coming week with the same album title, Everything Belongs to Death. Okay, that had me messed up for a second there. Pellegrin with Ways of Avicenna. Then we have Penitencia / Vapula with Das Sombras Aurora Luz. That's in Spanish. I don't know what it means. Robin McCauley with Alive. Sarpa with Mauta Tala. That is an EP. Scars of Oblivion with Misanthropy. See You Next Tuesday with Distractions. Sepulchral with Scourge. Setanera with Equilibrium. Siege of Power with This Is Tomorrow. Skillet with Dominion Day, Day of Destiny Deluxe Edition. Skinflint with Hate Spell. Solence with Hope is a Cult. Spectral Souls with Towards Extinction. Street Tombs with Reclusive Decay. Telemyrus with a self-titled EP. Thod with Asclepios. Tithe with Inverse Rapture. Traumalizer with Fumes of Funeral Pyres. Ooh, I can only imagine what that album cover is going to look like. Transatlantic, The Final Flight, live at L'Olympia. We have Turha with Vat Galenva. We have Triglav with The Ritual. Toulouse with Fandon's Call. UFO with Werewolves of London. That's a re-release. Then we have Ulthar with Anthronomicon and Helionomicon, 2 different albums. As far as I know, they're not re-releases because it doesn't say. Then War Orphan with Unite, Winds of Tragedy with Hating Life, and Worldwide Panic with a self-titled album. So quite the list again for this coming week. A couple new albums from some pretty well-known bands with Avatar and Deicide, so that'll be cool. Mm-hmm. So yeah, we'll look forward to that. And speaking of like Grave Huffer and the Tennessee Metal Devastation Festival, I'm sure you know, Jason, we both saw this week, and Victor, I'm not sure he's still listening because he's driving, but earlier this week it was.
It says he is. So says he's still listening.
It says he is. It's still listening. Okay. Earlier this week, they announced the venue for this coming year. Apparently, they were kicked out of. Apparently, the city of Lexington got their way, and the venue is not going to be the same venue that it was this past October, which was the lake there in Lexington at the park there. They found a new venue. It's called the Amp, which is short for the amphitheater. It's a covered amphitheater. It's in downtown Jackson, Tennessee, which is unfortunately closer to Zach and Raven, the people who are putting the show on. It's good for them. It's a little unfortunate for us because it's another half hour away. So now it's a 2-hour drive instead of a 90-minute drive, which I will still gladly make, by the way. I'm still fucking going.
Right.
It's October 14th. It's in Jackson, Tennessee. I'm happy.
Make sure I bring a jacket. This time.
Make sure you bring your coat this time. So I'm happy that the festival is happening again. I'm happy they found a venue. I'm pissed off that they had to find a new venue.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna rant here for just a few minutes about the city of Lexington. I think it's bullshit that you didn't let Zach and Raven have this concert in your city again this year because of a loud but small group of people that were never going to go to this to begin with. They were never going to go to this. This wasn't for them. And they have every right to protest about it because that's what's good about this country. But like I say, at the same time, Victor, same, no matter where it is for me, I'll be there. Same, Victor, the exact same thing. But the whole point of my rant here is that it shouldn't have to be in another venue. Nobody at that concert last year caused any trouble. There was no damage. There was no garbage. There was no fights. There was no nothing. Everyone was on their best behavior. And with the exception of patrolling the parking lot, I never saw the police in that venue once. There is no reason for this concert to be. There's no reason for this concert to happen.
So my two cents on this is I grew up with a religious upbringing. So
yeah, and that's fine. That's totally fine.
And the thing is, if you spent that much time going out and trying to get people into your church that you did protesting against a concert that you had no business protesting against because you weren't going to go anyway, then your church would probably be prospering more than what it is. So I'm just saying, like, you spent that much time out trying to get people to come to your church, then you'd probably be better off doing that.
Right. So, and
like I said, I'm not down anything because like I said, I was brought up in a religious upbringing, and I am a God-fearing man. So, not saying anything about that. I'm just saying that you have to pick your poisons and your spots, and that was just an unneeded waste of energy and stuff, in my opinion. But
well, apparently it wasn't because they got their way. Because now the concert can't be held.
Well, so then you're losing money for your town, though. That's the thing.
Right.
So be it. Then you don't want your town to make money and to do things, and so be it.
Yeah. So
run it into the ground, and like the hole in the wall that it was, because nobody probably even knew where Lexington was until they went to the damn festival. So
right, exactly.
You brought 1,100 people there, and you're crying about it. So it's like,
they were, everyone came, all the bands came down. I figure at worst they were there for the weekend. The people who showed up to attend the show, like we made a day trip out of it. We drove in the morning, watched the show, drove home that night. So the people who were, local, they were in your town for a day at most. Mm-hmm. Like I say, there was no damage, no trash, no nothing. There was nothing negative that happened at that show, other than the fact that a small group of people were pissy that a heavy metal festival came there, making accusations about, a portal to hell is going to open up, shit like that, So I'm irritated.
Well, they made themselves a joke. So I mean, whatever.
Yeah. Well, they did, and you're right. Lexington is going to lose out because based on the reactions already from the announcement being made, I will be amazed if the attendance for this year isn't at least double. Based on the response that Zach and Raven have already gotten from they haven't even announced the lineup yet. The lineup is not
Right.
going to come out for probably another 3 weeks, but just the venue being announced and the response I've seen just on Facebook, this thing is
Well,
going to be huge.
and they have other other metal podcasts that are promoting it for them. So I
Right.
mean, that's bigger than we are. So I mean,
Right.
not saying
Yeah, and I
we're
saw
huge or anything, but I'm just saying like they're they got a bigger following than we do. So
Right. So I saw where, and I didn't listen to the interview, but I saw where Raven did an interview on one of the
Mhm.
Jackson radio stations promoting it.
Right.
I'm actually thinking about reaching out to her and see if she would. I'm actually thinking about reaching out to Raven and seeing if she wouldn't mind coming on our show, since we are a Tennessee based podcast. I'm thinking about reaching out to her and see if she wants to come and talk about it.
do it.
Victor, I don't know what the venue looks like per se. I saw a couple pictures on Google, and it, like I say, it's downtown Jackson, so I don't know how big of an amphitheater it is. I think it might be.
It's probably like the one here in Franklin. I would imagine.
Well, I think it's more along the lines of the size of like Ascend Amphitheater downtown Nashville.
Mm-hmm.
I think it might be along the lines of that. I do know that the stage is covered. Of course, the stage at the lake was covered too, but that was a kind of a small stage. So I think this stage is going to be a little bit bigger. It is covered. But it'll be, as far as I know, it's the same setup kind of as last year, because the poster does say bring your chairs and coolers. So there'll be a grassy area just like this past year. So I will I'll look into the venue itself a little bit more. But again, on the one hand, I'm happy for Zach and Raven, but I think it's bullshit that they did have to find another venue. So I just wanted to get that off my chest real quick, because I thought it was bullshit at the time, and I think it's even more bullshit now, because like I say, nobody who was there gave that city any reason to not have them back. Just irritated, just really grinded my gears, shit like that. So, and yeah, as soon as the lineup comes out, Victor will definitely pass it along to you.
Yeah, we'll definitely share that. Yeah.
Well, we'll share
that. We appreciate you stopping by with us today. Hopefully you enjoyed our interview with Anzillu earlier.
Timu and Yessi, both a couple of good dudes. Very, very good.
Man.
Go check it out.
We definitely appreciate them. They definitely kind of stuck around most of the day with us, of their day with us. So, of course, Jesse had to run somewhere, but it's all good. But
and hopefully Timu does get some rest and he knocks that sickness out.
Don't want to go on tour with that going on. So anyway, so you can come back here next week where we will be talking with Methane. Another band that we got lined up, and then like I said, we'll announce more when we get closer to the time for March 4th. But I already got that in the works too. So.
Very
with
cool.
The band Live Form that we just talked about. So
nice.
So good deal. So keep racking them up. So
yeah, we do. Check out Ex Nihilo by Anzillu.
Yes.
And then check out Kill It With Fire by Methane ahead of the show for next week. But thanks to Timo and Yessi for coming on the show. Thanks to everybody who came and showed up and asked questions today. Ace, Victor, you guys are always around. We appreciate you guys. I'm pretty sure that was Dan that asked about the nationality of everybody. I want to thank Jason from Halo Scars from coming by and asking a couple of questions. We appreciate all you guys greatly. Check us out. But before we go, as always, check us out. VOPUSARadio.com. the VOP USA Radio app, Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, the VOP Twitch page, our YouTube channel, Facebook group. Metalheads Unite.
And coming soon to Spotify. So
There we go. Hell yeah. Then you guys will absolutely have no excuse to listen to not to
yeah,
listen to
right.
shit.
Yeah. And unfortunately, to get any video feeds there, we have to record the show first and then upload it. But
Okay, well,
if
hell,
we want to
we
do
could probably-
if we want to do live audio, we can do live audio there. But you can do the whole video and everything there if you do the uploading part. So that's kind of where we're at. So.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, yeah, that'll be cool when we can do that. So yeah, check us out wherever you can. We appreciate you guys. And lest we forget, the merch is up. VOPUSAradio.store. Go check that out and get some Metalheads Unite merch, and hell, check out the merch for the other shows here at VOP too. So.
All right. I guess with that being said, we appreciate you stopping by. Hopefully, we will see you back next week. Enjoy the kind of the same format, I guess. Next week maybe a little shorter though, because next week's my granddaughter's birthday party. So we may not be able to go a whole full 4 hours. So, but anyway, but we will definitely be here to start off anyway. So until then, we'll see you here next week. Until then, keep those devil horns held high and jump in that pit anytime you can. See you next week.
Thank you guys. Have a good one.